watching the video slowly sink into darkness, not after it lights up. The people in the live broadcast room also understood. The magnificent life belonging to Uzumaki Naruto is finally over. Onoki. I have to admit that 4th Hokage gave birth to a good son, except for those magical operations that I can't understand. Grandma Chio. Indeed, it was okay before, although it was a bit incomprehensible, but at least I could accept it, but the next few times were really outrageous. Terumi Mei. Is it not an exaggeration to let the so-called ghosts shed tears again? Bye. This means that the heart of Mr. Zabuzon has not completely cooled down, because he has always had hope for the Kingdom of Water, and he wants to use his own power to change the deformed water surface. No more chopping. Cough cough, stop talking, it makes people feel embarrassed. 4th Raikage. It is indeed a shocking life, whether it is the strength he possesses or the things he does, it is shocking, although sometimes I still find it difficult to understand some of his operations. Senju Hashirama. Konoha is lucky to have such a reliable person, and it is also the luck of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. This makes me wonder, what kind of changes will Ike make, and what kind of changes will he make Naruto make? Namikaze Minato. I think it's pretty good now, no need to change at all. Kakashi. Maybe the appearance of Ike will make up for some of the expensive feelings that Naruto encountered. Jiraiya. Are you talking about the fact that I will die in the future? I didn't expect you, Kakashi, to be so considerate. Tsunade. Idiot, Kakashi must be talking about the unfair experiences Naruto suffered when he was a child. After all, Kakashi was under the control of the old man at the time, and he couldn't help him. He must feel very guilty. Orochimaru. However, if Naruto hadn't experienced those trials, he might not be able to become the hero he will be in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I just hope that Naruto can go through a lot of tempering, because his identity is destined to be extraordinary. I just want to train his character. Uzumaki Kushina. Shut up. If it weren't for my absence, I'd be the first to cut you into pieces. Look at what you've made my poor Naruto suffer. Deidara. An angry mother can't be provoked by anything, especially a mother who is angry for her own child. That is completely unreasonable. Kakuzu. However, in this matter, anyone can see that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did is completely inconsistent with his personality. Hoshigaki Kisame. Don't forget about Danzo. Danzo must have had a hand in this too. They can be said to be in the same boat, and most of the tragedies that happened in the ninja world are inseparable from them. Scorpion. Indeed, the summary is very incisive. Konoha Village Ninja School. Uzumaki Naruto leapt hard and went straight to the desk. Ha ha ha. I am the future Hokage. I said I would be the Hokage, ha ha ha. Sasuke glanced at his mouth disdainfully, but there was also a trace of longing in his eyes. The future self is really powerful. I just don't know who is stronger than that ache. The current Sasuke is still too young to clearly distinguish the level of strength. Otherwise, he will immediately understand that even if he reaches the peak of his strength in the future, he will not be Ake's opponent. After all, in the future they played such a difficult Otsutsuki Peach style, which was easily killed by Ake. Naruto. Get off the table quickly. Although Iruka is also shocked by Naruto's future achievements, he is a teacher after all, and he is a very conscientious teacher. So he yelled. Don't forget that your current grades are completely unqualified. Do you want to be like in the video, and you can't even graduate from ninja school? No one will let you steal the sealed book this time. Naruto suddenly froze in place. He patronizes enjoying the beautiful future scene, but completely forgets the most important thing. That's him now. I'm afraid it's really hard to graduate from ninja school. After all, under the interference of 9 tails in his body, he couldn't even use the most basic 3 body techniques safely. Certainly. Why Naruto is able to use such an unusual transformation technique as excellent lure without being disturbed by 9 tails chakra is really a very puzzling thing. Mr. Iruka. Please hold your hand high. Naruto immediately got down from the table, and bowed deeply. Shikamaru on the side said helplessly. I didn't expect Naruto, who is so inconspicuous, to become Hokage in the future, which is really strange. Ino was very curious about another thing. She first looked at Naruto, who was full of pride, and then looked at Hinata, who was not far away with a blank expression. The 8 trigrams in her eyes were extremely strong. I didn't expect Naruto to marry Hinata in the future. I remember he likes little Sakura very much. Choji said while eating potato chips. Didn't little Sakura marry Sasuke? Upon hearing this, Ino's original 8 trigrams heart shattered, leaving only the sound of gnashing teeth. Damn it. Choji, Shut your mouth if you can't speak. Whoa. Why did Sasuke marry little Sakura? Obviously I like Sasuke too. And where did this Sai come from? Why did I marry him? Ino couldn't understand why his future self would marry someone who seemed so strange at first glance. But that is the future. Ino has seen that future now, and now he doesn't want to go to that future at all. Little Sakura was extremely excited. She doesn't care what the future holds for Naruto. She only sees herself marrying Sasuke. Her lifelong wish came true in the future, and she gave birth to a lovely daughter. Little Sakura feels like she has died without regrets. In contrast to Hinata. At a young age, she was caught in a dilemma. Before these comparison videos came out, Hinata must have only Naruto in his heart. Because Naruto used to stand up when she was bullied as a child. But after watching the comparison video and seeing the situation after marrying Ike, Hinata was shaken. This made her extremely distressed, and she didn't know what choice to make. What do I do? Iwagakure, the land of earth. I really have to say, Konoha is really full of talents. Onoki said with emotion. Whether it's Konoha's White Fang, Konoha Sannin, Yellow Flash, etc. There are also Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. These other villages have a talent that is extremely precious, but in Konoha it is endless. It's so enviable, Kitu said comfortingly. Master Tsuchikage, Master Kuroto is also good. In the future, we will inherit your mantle and become the fourth Tsuchikage. We are not too different from them. Onoki raised his hand and said, don't say anything to comfort me. Do you believe what you say? For example, in the last part of the fight with Otsutsuki Momoji, the other 4 cages of the 5 cages were easily knocked out, but Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to defeat that guy. If it weren't for someone who got in the way, there would be no Naruto at all. The part where the sun played. There is such a big gap between Shadow and Shadow. Do you think the gap between us and their future is not that big? Kai too lowered his head when he was told. He just wanted to comfort Onoki. But now listening to Onoki's words, Akatsuki also feels that the gap between the future of the land of the earth and Konoha is a bit annoying. Onoki sighed deeply. Hey, if we can get Ape to join our Iwagakure, we will be able to become the first of the 5 great ninja villages. I hope Haidu can work harder. Such a good husband-in-law will never have another in this life after passing this village. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Darui, I found that your strength is still not enough. Although I like you to become the 5th Raikage, I am not satisfied with your performance in the battle against Otsutsuki Momo. Come practice with me now, at least, you must learn the lightning style chakra mode. 4th Raikage dragged Darui away without any explanation. Darui's face suddenly collapsed. It can be seen from his name that he is a relatively lazy person. Letting him practice with 4th Raikage is undoubtedly torture to him. He couldn't refute 4th Raikage's order, so he could only be forcibly dragged away. Darui stretched out his hand helplessly, hoping to get help from other colleagues. But the others just looked aside, ignoring his cries for help. After 4th Raikage and Darui left, they looked at the empty doorway with sighs. Cultivating with Big Brother can be fatal. Killer Bee has a deep understanding of this. After all, 4th Raikage's punches and kicks are neither light nor heavy. She sighed and said, I hope Darui can come back alive. Let us pray for him. As he spoke, he put his hands together and prayed with his eyes closed. Others followed suit, like Tianrui never came back. After a while, Samui spoke first. Enough nonsense, it's time to discuss the business. She restrained the expression on his face and said seriously. You mean that Uzumaki Naruto thing? Do you want to eradicate him before he grows up? Tutai shook his head and said. This matter is unlikely. After all, Konoha's people are not idiots. After seeing the future strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, they will definitely protect them in all aspects. Samuel shook his head. No, I said Grams. The others were taken aback for a moment before remembering. Ache is the most important target. And now the organization to which Ache does not belong is exactly what they must actively fight for. Samuel said with some concern. I don't know where Mabui is now. If you don't hurry up, you will be preempted by other ninja village people. What worries Samui is also what worrying Agent Mizukage Terumi may. Especially seeing that people from other ninja villages use beauty tricks, and they Kirigakure just sent a bunch of rough guys, which made Terumi May extremely worried. Just letting Ching and the others pass by, will it appear that we are not sincere? No. I have to go there, only I can take Ache from the hands of those stinky little girls. Ache would definitely like a mature woman like me. As she spoke, she was about to walk out of the office immediately. But was stopped by Yuanshi. You are Mizukage. You come forward. No. Suitable. Master Yuan spoke tremblingly, but the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. As an agent Mizukage, Terumi Mei must always keep her identity in mind. It's not bad to be a corporal, but it's clear that Terumi Mei wants to use such a shameful trick as a beauty trap. If it's an ordinary ninja, it's fine. But who is Terumi Mei? She is the future Mizukage. If others know that Terumi Mei put down her body to seduce someone with her beauty and body in order to invite someone to join Kirigakure, wouldn't it make people laugh? Therefore, Yuanfu must stop Terumi Mei's behavior. Terumi Mei was helpless. But she didn't dare to resist, for fear that Master Yuan would get angry by accident. After all, Master Yuan is older than Grandma Chiandai, and it looks like he might pass away at any time. Moreover, Master Yuan has a high prestige in the village, if she is just so mad at her. Maybe Terumi Mei can't even be Mizukage, but, if you don't make a decision, it will be too late. Terumi Mei is so anxious. He wanted to rush over directly, but he was afraid of angering Master Yuan. But if I don't go, I worry that Ache will be taken away by others. In this case, Kirigakure will undoubtedly lose its future. The dilemma drove her almost crazy. It's a pity that there are not many good-looking single girls in Shuyuan village. Either it's a mouth full of shark teeth, or it's completely impersonal like water. All in all, it's really hard to find the right one. What should I do? The land of the winds Sanagakure. No, I can't let the world continue. Tamari, you go now, and you must bring Ache back. Tamari pointed at himself in bewilderment. Father, shall I go? Tamari just can't understand. She just graduated from ninja school this year, only 12 years old. Luo Sha actually asked her to bring Ache back? What is she capable of? In full view, will Ache be Sanagakure? This is a completely impossible task, however. After hearing this, Gaara turned around and left. The others stared blankly at Gaara's actions until Gaara walked to the door, turned to look at them and said, "Why don't you start yet? Let's go now." Konkuro wobbled his whole body as if awakened with a start, and hurriedly ran to Gaara's side. Tamari also followed with a tangled face. Grandma Chio said with a frown, "They're just kids, and are you sure Konoha's gang won't do it secretly? Don't forget, Tuanfan guys don't care that they are just children." Luo Sha waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, with Baki here, they will be fine. And once things get serious, let Ache see the unsightly side of their Konoha village. Wouldn't that make Ache give up the idea of joining Konoha?" Grandma Chio said, "You are betting on your child." Luo Sha said with red eyes, "I'm here for the future of Sanagakure." Grandma Chio sighed deeply. After all, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sanagakure's strength is still relatively too weak. Only then will various sacrifices and concessions be made on various matters. In the ninja world, weakness is the original sin. After watching the video, Haitu and the others turned their attention away from the live broadcast room, and then looked at Ache in unison. They are not yet 100% sure whether Ache will be able to see the studio. Because Ache's identity is undoubtedly very special. Moreover, if Ache has watched the video, he will definitely know the purpose of their coming to Ache. But Ache behaved as if he didn't respond to this, as if he didn't know the existence of the comparison video. This made them afraid to talk casually about the studio in front of Ache. If Ache aroused suspicion, and even had a bad feeling for them, it would undoubtedly make them regret it. So, they subconsciously wanted to see Ache's expression, and wanted to see some clues from his face. But Ache just stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head in a daze, as if he was puzzled by everyone's sudden look at him. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me all of a sudden? Also, you have been standing still since the beginning, are you sick?" Ache looked at the others worriedly. Kakashi said with a smile, "Nothing, just thinking about something. By the way, Ache, do you remember where you met us?" Ache suddenly looked thoughtful, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I don't remember. I feel that you were all familiar, but I can't remember where I saw you." Memory is damaged. Kakashi et al. Immediately made a judgment. I don't know if Ache's strength will be affected by this. Certainly. Naturally, they wouldn't ask about this kind of thing. And at this time, there have also been changes in the live broadcast room. The first comparison video has ended. Now start playing the second comparison video, which is the Ninja World video after Ache's intervention. Everyone's attention is concentrated. After watching Uzumaki Naruto's magnificent life, to be honest, no one knows what kind of changes Ike will bring. Because in the future, Naruto will use his sincerity to make the 5 major countries no longer fight, and let the ninja world have a rare peace. The subsequent battles were also caused by the invasion of outsiders, that is, the Otsutsuki clan, and had nothing to do with the ninja world itself. In the eyes of everyone, especially Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the future created by Uzumaki Naruto is their elusive existence. They couldn't figure out what kind of changes Ike would bring to Naruto. It can be said, everyone is looking forward to what kind of huge impact Ike will have on Naruto and the ninja world. Even Ike himself is very curious, although Ike himself can roughly guess some situations from his own personality. But how it will change depends on Ike's own position and his childhood experience. But at least one thing about Ike is certain. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely make a big difference. Ike is pretty sure of that. Of course, this is just what he said in his heart. In the expectation of everyone, the video lights up again. First, all everyone heard was the cry of the baby. A loud voice means that the child is healthy. The surrounding clean and tidy environment also indicates that this is a hospital. In other words, this time Ike was not born in a hurry. Unlike the last time, he was born directly on the battlefield, and before Danzo took him away, his whole body grew crooked. As the video progresses, everyone found that Ike's parents were just a pair of ordinary civilians. Young Ike didn't look out of the ordinary either. Just like any other kid. At first, I could only lie down, then gradually began to crawl, and finally learned to stand up and walk a little bit. The mouth is also babbling from the very beginning, and then can speak simple words. Although it was during the war, Konoha village was not at war, so life for little Ike was good. It's just that the parents of ordinary people don't suddenly go to the battlefield, and then only report back the news of sacrifice. Accompanied by his parents, little Ike grew up happily and healthily. When Ike was 3 years old, he made a good friend. His name is Hitaki Kakashi, a strange white-haired boy who likes to wear a mask and doesn't take it off even when eating. Unlike Ike, Kakashi is a genius. Obviously everyone is a 3-year-old child, but Kakashi has already learned how to refine chakra, and has a good physical skill. Ike followed behind to learn, but he couldn't extract chakra, and his physical skills were so-so. But that didn't stop the two from becoming good friends. Subsequently, at the age of 5, the two entered the ninja school together. In the ninja school, Ike is still the mediocre one, and his grades in the class can only be considered middle of the road. In the class, Ike made several good friends. Uchiha Obito, who has always been the bottom of the class, Nohara Lin, who is beautiful and kind, Might Guy, who is full of enthusiasm, and so on. But maybe Kakashi is too genius, or what the ninja school teaches is too simple for Kakashi. In short, in less than a year, Kakashi completed his studies, graduated from ninja school, and became genin with an astonishing result of graduating at the age of 5. At this time, Ike is still working hard to refine chakra and learn various basic ninjutsu. Because Kakashi became genin, the number of usual meetings between Ike and Kakashi decreased. Or almost never see each other. When Ike was 6 years old, he heard the news that Kakashi had been promoted to Chunin. This broke the record in the village again. For a while, everyone in the village knew that Konoha had given birth to another genius. And this genius is their Konoha hero, Sleepy Leaf White Fang Hitaki Shuomao's child. This undoubtedly gave Hitaki a huge boost to his already high popularity. Ike also specially went to Kakashi's house to celebrate his successful promotion to Chunin. Although Kakashi said no in his mouth, he could see in his eyes that he was actually very happy. Hitaki Tsukumo looked at Ike and Kakashi with relief. Ike, I hope you can always be by Kakashi's side and be his good friend. Leave it to me. Ike patted his chest and agreed to come down and stab. However, the good times didn't last long. One day a year after Kakashi was promoted to Chunin, Ike came to practice with Kakashi after class as usual. Although Kakashi can't be seen most of the time, Ike will always come to the door on time and at a fixed time. But today, Ike came to Kakashi's house, but saw the door was open. With a hint of doubt, Ike pushed the open door and walked in. Although Kakashi's house is sparsely populated, it usually seems very quiet. But on this day, Ike felt especially quiet, so quiet that it was scary. Kakashi? Uncle Tsukumo? Ike called out cautiously, but got no response. When he came to the door, he opened the door and smelled the pungent smell of rust. Ake looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. On the tatami in the room, Konoha's white fang, known as a hero, fell in a pool of blood. Before Ake could figure out what was going on, a voice came from behind him. "Really? Why is the door open?" Kakashi complained and walked in. Seeing Ake standing at the door, froze for a moment. "What's wrong? What are you doing standing here?" Kakashi's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. "Father?" he called out suspiciously, but got no response. Only then did Ake come back to his senses, and said in a panic, "Quick! Call the medical ninja." As he spoke, he rushed up to check on Hitaki Tsukumo's physical condition. "But it's so cold to start with." This immediately made Ake's heart sink. Kakashi stepped forward in a daze, completely unable to understand why things turned out like this. And at this time, Ake turned around and saw something new. "Kakashi, look." Kakashi turned his head mechanically, and saw a folded letter paper near the corpse. He walked over, picked up the letter, and opened it. The content on the letter paper was obviously a suicide note. Kakashi could recognize it, it was his father's handwriting. This also means that his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, did not die by assassination, but by suicide. Ah! Kakashi couldn't accept this result and yelled frantically. Ake rushed forward and hugged Kakashi, giving some warmth before this friend collapsed. But Ake himself is completely unable to understand why Hitaki Tsukumo would choose to commit suicide. Hitaki Tsukumo, known as the hero of Konoha, has absolutely no reason to do this. But maybe, it will have something to do with some rumors that have been circulating recently. Why? There are some rumors circulating in the village. Uncle Shuo Mao saved someone, but he will be blamed instead? It's not Uncle Shuo Mao's fault. Why is everyone in the village blaming him? Why did Hokage-sama allow those people to persecute Uncle Tsukumo like this? Master Hokage, why don't you do anything? Ake gritted his teeth and said bitterly. All I can remember in my mind is Hitaki Tsukumo's gentle smile. He was obviously such a gentle person, but in the end he was forced to death by some dirty guys. Ake couldn't understand at all that a good person who was wholeheartedly for the village was treated so unfairly. Kakashi. At this age, I have somewhat understood my father's choice, but unfortunately, I understood it too late. Might Guy. Senior Hitaki Tsukumo, really what a pity. Tsunade. HMPH. Tsukumo's death is not because of some incompetent guys. Orochimaru. In terms of defrauding one's own people, the top management of the Sleepy Leaf is handy. Grandma Chio. Good death. If I wasn't there, I would definitely dance on his grave. Scorpion. Did the person who killed my parents die so simply? There is really a sense of emptiness. Onoki. Although I don't know the specific situation, I remember that it was because Hitaki Tsukumo's reputation was too high, and someone worried that his position would be threatened, so this kind of rumor was born. Fourth Raikage. HMPH. Maybe this rumor was spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are talking nonsense, it was spread by Danzo. Deidara. So you know, why don't you stop it? Are you enjoying the city too? Hidan. Incisive. You caught the point. Hitaki Tsukumo. I don't regret being Konoha's ninja, but that incident made me doubt the path I took, and I was afraid that I would walk the path I didn't want to go. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. This decayed village has long lost its former meaning. There is no need for people like you to sacrifice for this degenerate village. Senju Hashirama. Monkey, how many people have you harmed? Black Soil. Konoha is really lively. Geniuses come out in large numbers, but they always die at the hands of their own people. It's so funny. After Hitaki Tsukumo's funeral, Kakashi became quiet and focused on completing tasks every day. Even if he needed to sacrifice the lives of his teammates during the mission, he did not hesitate. Perhaps in Kakashi's view, it was his father's choice that led Hitaki Tsukumo to the road of death. As for Ake, he hasn't seen Kakashi since then. With doubts in his heart, Ake studied hard in the ninja school. Although the grades are still average, but he graduated very smoothly when he graduated. When assigning teams, his teammates happened to be two people who usually had a good relationship. Nohara Lin and Uchiha Obito, who likes Nohara Lin. But when the team was formed, their genin team temporarily added a new player. Hitaki Kakashi. Being able to reunite with Kakashi in the squad made King Ake very happy. Although Kakashi's heart at this time is very different from the past, the whole person seems silent and gloomy. But the three of Ake still welcome their former good friends very much. And their team leader, Jonin, is Namikaze Minato, who is very strong and has a high voice for Genin Hokage. It's time for the Third Ninja World War. Even Genin, who just graduated, often needs to go to the front line to fight. And Namikaze Minato, as the elite Jonin in the village, naturally cannot hide behind. A group of people went directly to the front line. Under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, the team completed many tasks. And Kakashi is worthy of being a genius ninja, who already possessed the strength comparable to Jonin at a young age. That's it. 2 years later. When they were 11, Ake, Rin Nohara and Obito were promoted to Chunin. Among them, Obito took the longest time, worthy of his reputation as the tail of the crane. As the war continued, Namikaze Minato also made his own name, Yellow Flash. With the Flying Thunder God technique created by Second Hokage, and the Rasengan, the self-created Muji Ninjutsu, galloping on the battlefield, no one can match him in speed. For a while, even the team with Namikaze Minato became famous. Especially when there is a talent like Kakashi on the team. That's all. 1 year later, 12-year-old Kakashi successfully promoted to Jonin, setting a record for the village's promotion to Jonin. But it didn't take long before they ushered in a very important task. The Kanabi Bridge is the logistical lifeblood of the Rock Shinobi ninjas. If truncated, it will have a very significant impact on the Rock Shinobi ninjas on the front lines. Therefore, the extremely fast and flexible Namikaze Minato team was dispatched to carry out this dangerous mission of sabotage behind enemy lines. Blow up the Kanabi Bridge. On the way, Namikaze Minato acted separately from Ake and others. But Ake and others were ambushed. Lin was taken away. Lei Shi planned to rescue her without even thinking about it. But Kakashi stopped him. We have to get the job done first. Obito couldn't believe that Kakashi would say such cruel words. Ake stepped forward and punched Kakashi in the face. You really let me down. Kakashi covered his face and said coldly with a white face. Ninjas who fail to complete their missions on the battlefield are trash. Ake looked at Kakashi with great disappointment. I thought you would understand Uncle Shuomao's behavior, but I didn't expect you to be frightened by those who persecuted him. It is true that a person who violates the rules will be regarded as a waste, no matter how high his previous achievements are. However, if you don't even know how to cherish your companions, then you are worse than trash. Kakashi, I've always thought that Uncle Sakumo is the real hero. As he spoke, he pulled Obito, who was staring blankly, aside, and said, Let's go. Even if it's just the two of us, we can't let Lin be captured by the enemy. Ake chased after him with Obito. Kakashi's eyes widened. It was the first time he heard someone say that his father's choice was right. After a brief hesitation, Kakashi gave chase. Ake and Obito quickly chased after them, but of course they fell into the enemy's trap. And the strength of the opponent is obviously stronger than them. It's just that the two of Chunin are not rivals at all. In times of danger, Kakashi appeared in time and stopped the enemy. But Kakashi alone cannot stop the three Jonins. When gradually falling into a disadvantage, Daiwang suddenly fell into crisis. Ake was forced to retreat, and Kakashi had no choice but to block the enemy's attack desperately. As a result, Kakashi's left eye was cut with a knife. Seeing all this, the guilt in Obito's heart exploded, and the blood belonging to the Uchiha clan awakened. With the help of Urguyu Sharingan, Obito helped to solve the enemy. After that, the three went to the cave where Lin was locked up to rescue Lin. But this is also a trap set by Rock Shinobi in advance. The roof of the cave collapsed, and huge rockfalls fell. Kakashi, who had a blind spot because his left eye was cut off, didn't notice the boulder above his head. Obito pushed Kakashi away at a critical moment, but he was crushed under the boulder. When the vibration stabilized, Ake and others discovered that half of Obito's body was pressed by the boulder and could not be pulled out at all. Realizing that his time is running out, Obito asks Lin to transplant her Sharingan to Kakashi, hoping to see the way forward for Kakashi with his own eyes. Rock Shinobi Jonin strikes again. Kakashi intends to stall for time, trying to let Ake and Lin go first. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Namikaze Minato arrived in time and rescued the three of them. Although Obito's death made Namikaze Minato unable to calm down, the task of blowing up the Shenwubi Bridge was also successfully completed. On the way back, night. During the rest, Lin couldn't help but look up at the sky, her eyes full of memories. Kakashi was also silent. Ake whispered in confusion. Why? Such a cruel war will let children go to the battlefield. Namikaze Minato on the side opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything, he just sighed deeply. Ache didn't stop his doubts. I remember that the will of fire is to burn ourselves to illuminate the next generation, but we don't even have the next generation. When we burn ourselves, who is it to illuminate? Obito is only 12 years old, he should have more lifespan. Why did he die at such a young age? It's not fair. Namikaze Minato sighed, and then his eyes became firm. In the future, I will definitely work hard to put an end to this kind of thing, and there will definitely be a day when children will not be allowed to go to the battlefield. I swear. Ache turned his head and glanced at Namikaze Minato, but his eyes were still confused. Senju Hashirama. Monkey, recite what is the will of fire for me. King recite for me what is the will of fire. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, we once established Ninja Village just to prevent what happened to us from happening again. Any sense? Kakashi. I am also very puzzled, burning myself to illuminate others, but why are more young children dying during the war? Obito is like this, Lin is like this, and there are many more people. They should have a longer life is right. Fourth Raikage. HMPH. We are different. We only allow people of the right age to participate in the war, and those who are not of age have to be held back in the village. Onoki. A child who has just become a genin can't show much strength on the battlefield, and it's more of a drag on the battlefield. I really can't figure out what Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking. Grandma Chio. What else can I think? Of course, let those children burn themselves, and then illuminate him, a bad old man. Luosha. People in the world say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage who made Konoha prosperous, but in fact, he did all this and sacrificed so many innocent lives. Terumi Mei. To be honest, I feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't do anything at all. Maybe the tethered dog in that position may be better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Deidara. I agree with this point, at least the dog will not behave like killing Konoha's White Fang. Hidan. Your words hurt my heart, but I agree. Second Tsuchikage. I can only say that Tobirama's vision is really bad. What kind of crooked melons are he looking at? Senju Tobirama. Stop talking. That who? That guy called Orochimaru. Can't you summon me there? I'm going to go back and clean the portal myself now. Orochimaru. He, you and Shodai are one of my trump cards, how could they be released so easily? Tsunade. Orochimaru. How dare you play with the bodies of my grandpa and second grandpa? Don't let me find out where you are. I will let you taste what life is like dying. Black Soil. Konoha is really messy. I feel that everything that happens in the ninja world, if you look for the mastermind behind the scenes, it must have something to do with Konoha's people. Dried Persimmon Kisame. To put it bluntly, it is simply a shit-stirring stick in the ninja world. The confusion in my heart is even stronger, but I can't refuse the task that should be done. The war is still going on. Ache's question went unanswered. Obito's death didn't make any waves either, because in times of war, people die almost every moment. There is no time to mourn the deaths of these people. Because in the next moment, maybe they will become the next one. During yet another mission, Namikaze Minato went on an urgent mission. Kakashi, who is Jonin, takes Ache and Rin on other missions. But when Kakashi went out to patrol and returned, he found that Lin was missing, and Ache was seriously injured and fell unconscious. Ache. Wake up. Kakashi woke up Ache and asked anxiously. What happened? With a painful expression on his face, Ache pushed Kakashi away with his hand and said. Quick. They took Lin away. Go save her. Leave me alone. Don't forget our promise with Obito. Kakashi showed hesitation, but immediately chased after Ache in the direction pointed. Subsequently, Ache struggled to sit up, leaning against the tree trunk. Must be sure to catch up. Kakashi. Ache doesn't want to lose his good friend anymore. But his strength is too weak, even the enemy can't stop him, he can only be knocked unconscious on the ground. Wait. Why wasn't I killed? Why did they keep me alive? Ache suddenly realized that something was wrong. It's a trap. But even if he found out about it, he was unable to tell Kakashi about it. Hateful. Lin. Kakashi. Don't worry about anything. Ache said with a painful face. Keep praying with folded hands. But. Kakashi returned with bad news. Lin is dead, at my hands. Kakashi said dumbly. Ache's eyes widened involuntarily. What are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Namikaze Minato on the side said sadly. It's not Kakashi's fault, it's suicide. Her body was sealed with 3 tails, and Lin knew that if she was sent back to the village, 3 tails would immediately appear and destroy the village. Lin chose to sacrifice herself to protect the village. Aik couldn't believe what he heard. Impossible. There must be other ways. Why is this happening? Aik grabs his hair as if breaking down. First Obito, then Ball. Why? Why are these things happening to us? Obito and Lin, they are still just children. They shouldn't die here. They should have a bright future. Kakashi's eyes were blank, and the blow of killing Lin with his own hands was too painful for Kakashi, and even made him start to escape from everything. Namikaze Minato also secretly blamed himself. With the title of Yellow Flash, but when the disciples are suffering, they can never arrive in time. For Namikaze Minato, this is also unspeakable pain. Namikaze Minato. If I could arrive in time, wouldn't everything be like this? Kakashi. It's my fault. All of this is my fault. I didn't keep the agreement with Obito. I didn't protect Lin. Nohara Lin. My death is voluntary, although I know it will make you very painful, but in order to protect the village, I can only do this. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Cedar Juice Yagura. At the beginning of the implementation of this plan, I felt that it was not safe enough, as if it was a specially produced play, and now it seems that it was just prepared for you guys. Uchiha Madara. This is to let Obito fully inspire the power of Sharingan, but unfortunately, all I have done is to make wedding dresses for others. Obito. Uchiha Madara. Give me back Lin. Onoki. HMPH. What right does a guy who kills his teacher have to speak here? Grandma Chio. To be honest, watching the various operations of the Uchiha clan, I gradually understand Senju Tobirama's thoughts. These guys are really troublemakers. Everything in the ninja world has something to do with them. Uchiha Fugaku. HMPH. What are you talking nonsense, old woman? Our Uchiha is almost wiped out. There is only one unfilial son and the only hope left. Black Soil. It can only be said that the people of the Uchiha clan are all lunatics, and normal people naturally don't know what these lunatics think. Deidara. That's right, junior sister. Hidan. Uchiha is a bunch of psychos. Kakuzu. You are similar. After a few years, the war subsided. With great achievements in the war, Namikaze Minato succeeded as Hokage and married Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Aik and Kakashi will go to Obito and Lin's gravestone every day to present a bouquet of flowers. Once a day, nothing can be shaken, not long after. Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy was an exciting moment, but it made the village higher-ups even more nervous. Because of Kushina's special status, Jinchuriki's seal will become weak during childbirth. If someone sneaks in, as long as the seal of Nine Tails is lifted, Konoha village will be plunged into a huge crisis. Then, when the day of Kushina's delivery comes, under the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen in a secret place, Sarutobi Bawako, wife of third generation, personally delivered the baby. But with so many vigilances already in place, the mysterious person still got it. The masked mysterious man, Uchiha Obito, uses the newborn child as a threat to release Nine Tails and take control of them. Afterwards, the extremely angry Nine Tails wreaked havoc in the village. A large number of ninjas stepped forward to block, and then entered and returned. When Aik saw Nine Tails appear, he was worried about the situation of his wife Kushina, but he didn't know where Kushina was born, so he could only suppress the anxiety in his heart, and was responsible for helping evacuate the panicked crowd and let them go to a safe place. Arrived the next day, Aik got heartbreaking news. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina died. Why? Why did this happen? Aren't you watching? Didn't you do anything? Faced with Aik's questioning, Kakashi was speechless. Seeing Kakashi's equally painful face, Aik knew that it was useless to ask Kakashi. The dead are not revived by this. After the funeral of Namikaze Minato and the many victims, Aik stood alone in front of the tombstone, murmuring in a low voice, and seemed to be questioning. Why is it Minato-sensei who died? Since someone needs to change his life, why not the older third generation? Obviously Minato-sensei is such a good person. Under the leadership of Mr. Minato, Konoha will obviously get better and better. But now, Aik's face was full of bewilderment and pain. Nothing should be like this. What kind of ninjutsu does the third generation, known as Dr. Ninjutsu, know? Why wasn't Nine Tails sealed instead of Sarutobi Hiruzen? The more Aik thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out, and walked in a daze. When Aik came back to his senses, he found that he had come to the door of the Hokage building. By accident, Aik walked into the Hokage building. Then, at the door of a closed office, the voice of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was heard. Ike stopped immediately and listened carefully. In order to protect Naruto's identity, he cannot have the surname Namikaze, and has to hide his identity and live alone, and his identity cannot be revealed. This is all about protecting him. Ike froze. Someone inside seemed to be arguing with Sarutobi Hiruzen about something. But Ike couldn't listen anymore. He had no idea that Namikaze Minato sacrificed the village he was protecting, but in the end he didn't even dare to admit Naruto's identity. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen too wimpy? Or, in fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen has ulterior motives? Even to protect the offspring of a hero, do you need to use this covert method? Ike's heart felt extremely cold. At this time, there was movement at the door. Ike regained his senses and left the door immediately to avoid being found. After everyone else had left the room, Ike went to Hokage's office to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ike? What do you want me to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised to see Ike. Ike asked coldly. What does the village plan to do with Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, then put on a look of bitterness and hatred, took a puff of the cigarette stick and said. In order to protect Naruto's safety, I discussed with my consultant and planned to hide Naruto's identity, so that Naruto can be protected from being threatened by other people with ulterior motives in Ninja Village. Ike didn't buy it. But he is the child of Mr. Minato. Mr. Minato sacrificed himself for the village, but we can't even admit Mr. Minato's child? We are Konoha, the head of the 5 great ninja villages. Could it be that we can't even protect a child? You are known as the strongest Hokage in history, can't you protect him yourself? Or, find a trustworthy person for foster care, or even give it to me for foster care. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a frown. Of course not. Next, I plan to come back again. I need to deal with various affairs in the village, and I simply don't have time to take care of Naruto. If I leave it to other people, I can't rest assured, especially you and Kakashi. The relationship between the two of you and Minato is too close. Ike looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, as if looking at a stranger. Once upon a time, Ike also thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was just a kind old grandfather. But now, Ike doesn't think so anymore. At the moment when 4th Hokage just died, he clearly stated that he would come back to be the person who served as Hokage. How can this obvious ambition make Ike believe it? Namikaze Minato. Kushina and I sacrificed everything for Konoha, but unfortunately the village is unwilling to sacrifice even a little bit for us. Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen is entirely to blame. If it wasn't for his order, how could we have done nothing? Makoto told me many times that he wanted to adopt your child, but we were with the relationship between the village has dropped to freezing point. Uchiha Makoto. I'm sorry, Kushina, I should have taken care of your children more. I'm your best friend, but I can't even take care of your children. Kushina. Makoto, it's not your fault, it's all Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. I can see it through. What will the fire be? It's a piece of bullshit. Onoki. Perhaps in 1st Hokage, the will of fire was still burning, but in Sarutobi Hiruzen, it must have been extinguished. Jongguo Yagura. Even the ally country, the country of the vortex, is in crisis, and allies are allowed to be destroyed. How can you talk about sacrificing your own will to illuminate others? Senju Hashirama. Huh? The country of the vortex is gone? Monkey, you didn't do anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, I still restrained the people of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato. I'm so embarrassed to say that, as far as I know, the Uzumaki clan kept asking Konoha for help, but you never paid attention to it and let the country of Uzumaki be destroyed. That's why the Uzumaki clan scattered all over the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito. I told you a long time ago, Kushina, the people from Konoha are looking for us because we can become the Jinchuriki of 9 tails, they don't need us to have such a powerful force. Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you can really keep refreshing my knowledge of you, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this point. Grandma Chio. Even the allies don't help. No wonder Orochimaru invited Rasa, and Rasa agreed to his plan to invade Konoha, because Konoha led by Sarutobi is not trustworthy at all. 4th Raikage. In Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called will of fire is a complete joke. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. This is the good apprentice you picked. The proposal made was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Ike felt extremely cold in his heart. After that, Ike went to the orphanage where Naruto was located from time to visit Naruto. After all, Naruto is the child of his teacher Minato. As one of Minato's only 2 remaining disciples, Ike felt it was his duty to take care of Naruto's growth. Even under the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is impossible to interfere too much. But what Ike didn't expect was that Naruto, who was less than 3 years old, was sent out by the orphanage directly. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, who is less than 3 years old, has to live alone. Naruto is a child. A child who can't even cook and eat by himself. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen do such a thing? Ike is absolutely unexpected. After some rumors spread in the village, saying that Naruto is the incarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. It was the chief culprit who caused the village to suffer huge losses. This immediately made Naruto's situation even more pitiful. Every time I see Naruto being bullied by other kids, Ike will show up and drive those kids away. Then looking at Naruto's aggrieved expression, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Constantly taking deep breaths, resisting the thought of taking little Naruto away, Ike walked away every time with difficulty. Ike didn't dare to look back, for fear that he couldn't bear the expectant gaze from little Naruto. Because Ike knows that even if he takes Naruto away, he cannot protect Naruto well. Although I don't want to admit it, Naruto is indeed safer in Konoha. However, Naruto should have a better life. After Ike made several clearances for Naruto, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. Why didn't you fight back? Naruto bowed his head aggrievedly and said. I can't beat them. Ike frowned and whispered. Do you want to beat them? Naruto looked up, looking at Ike longingly. I want them not to bully me, Ike said softly. Then you think they did the right thing? Naruto shook his head. Ike continued. If they're not doing it right, they must be doing it wrong. They did something wrong, don't you feel wronged and want to be angry? Naruto nodded again. But I don't know what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone. Even though he was bullied, Naruto still didn't want to hurt others. This kind heart made Ike feel heartbroken. Ike took 2 deep breaths, calmed down his turbulent mood, and said slowly. You don't have to hurt people, you just show your anger and they will run away. Ike did not specify the 9 tails in Naruto. Now is not the time for Naruto to face 9 tails. That is not a good thing for Naruto. Naruto seems to understand Ike's words. Is it okay to just be angry? Ike nodded, then got up and left, disappearing before Naruto's eyes. The next day, Naruto was surrounded by several children again, punching and kicking him. Naruto kept thinking about Ike's words in his mind. Be angry, be angry, be angry. Suddenly, an ominous chakra emerged from Naruto's body. And his face became grim. He suddenly raised his head, his scarlet vertical pupils like a wild beast stunned the other children. They turned around and ran away one by one, shouting as they ran. The demon fox is going to eat people. The demon fox is so scary. Naruto was very happy when he saw those still trotting away. The method Ike taught him is really useful. As long as he is angry, he can scare away the children who bully him. Will not hurt others. However, that night, Grandpa Hokage, who may only appear once a month, suddenly appears. Although his face was mild, he asked little Naruto urgently why he did that during the day. They've been bullying me. I don't want to hurt people, but I don't want to be bullied, so. Naruto bowed his head aggrievedly. Obviously he was not the one who did the wrong thing. Yuan Fei said with an open face. Naruto, what you are doing is very dangerous. If you accidentally control yourself, the lives of other children may be in danger. Naruto looked blank. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it, and said with a kind smile. Don't worry, Naruto. I will help you deal with these things when I go back, and no one will bully you in the future. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a happy face. Really? Will they play with me then? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. I believe that you will be able to make friends. So, don't do this kind of thing in the future, you understand? Little Naruto happily agreed to come down. However, the next day, those children really did not dare to bully him. Not even daring to go near Naruto, obviously terrified. But in Konoha village, these children are not the only ones. When Naruto wanted to find other playmates, he was attacked by some older children. It's you. It's you who killed my father. My grandpa was killed by him. Damn fox, die for me. You give back my brother. Give back my brother. The children took out their anger on Naruto's small body, completely disregarding that Naruto has become scarred. And Naruto just endured the attack silently, without any thought of fighting back. Seeing this scene, Ike immediately stepped forward to drive the group of children away, and then questioned Naruto. Why don't you do what I tell you? Naruto lowered his head and said. Grandpa Hokage said that I could easily hurt other children by doing that. Ake's eyes widened. Then you don't care if you were bullied? Do you keep fighting like this? Naruto looked dazed. Obviously he didn't know what to do. Ake gritted his teeth tightly, looking at Naruto with hatred. In the end, Ake still didn't say much. Instead, he turned and left. Naruto looked at Ake's leaving figure, stretched out his hand and wanted to shout, but hesitated for a while, and didn't shout out. The ensuing years. Ake can always see Naruto being bullied. Unmanned alleys, deserted training grounds, fringe areas of villages, etc. There are signs of Naruto's injuries everywhere. I can't take it anymore. Seeing Naruto injured again, and then limping away the little figure. Ake couldn't take it anymore. He punched the wall hard, his eyes became determined. I can't keep watching. Kushina. Woohoo. I feel so sad every time I see this place, my poor child. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will definitely kill you. Kakashi. Well, if I had been less rigid like Ake back then, would Naruto have a better life too? Onoki. What is Ake going to do this time? He can't do anything right now. After all, Ake doesn't have any ability to spit out this time. Fourth Raikage. Average strength, no connections, no organization, it's hard to imagine what he can do. Grandma Chio. Indeed, it seems that Ake is very ordinary this time. I wonder if we can make some changes. Deidara. It's useless to say so much, just believe in Master Ake. Hidan. That's right. Master Ake can always create miracles. Kakuzu. That's because Ake is indeed very strong, and he can always calm down the ninja world by himself, but what does Ake have now? I'm afraid he doesn't even have the strength of Jonin, right? Terumi Mei. Is Ake going to let us down this time? Haitu. Just like you still want to compete with me for Ake's husband. You don't even have the heart to trust him, you are not qualified at all. Tsunade. You were right. No matter what the result is, just trust Ake. Jiraiya. Tsunade, why even you? Orochimaru. I'm curious what Ake will do in this situation. Under everyone's curious eyes, Ake picked up the book. Then immerse yourself in the library and study non-stop every day. This earnestness, as if learning is everything to Ake, is so serious that people can't figure it out. Everyone in the studio was dumbfounded. I have no idea what Ake is doing. But since it is Ake's behavior, it must have its deep meaning. So, after a few people expressed their confusion, everyone focused on Ake. Anyway, if you keep reading, you will know what Ake is going to do. On this day, Ake was walking with a book in his hand while reading it. Facing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Ake at a glance, and became curious immediately. Ake. What are you doing? Ake looked up, then put away the book in a panic and said. Meet Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a smile and said. Don't panic, just be casual. By the way, are you studying with a book? Ake scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I can't help it. Although I am a disciple of Teacher Minato, my strength is too weak. I can't make a penultimate contribution to the village like Kakashi. So, I plan to study hard and become a teacher, passing on my experience on the battlefield to the next generation. Just like Mr. Minato sacrificed himself to illuminate the path forward of Konoha, I also want to burn myself to illuminate the next generation of the village. This is the will of fire as I understand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ake in shock and sighed. You are worthy of being Minato's disciple. I am very pleased with your enlightenment. You must work hard. Your valuable experience will definitely help the children's future. Ake said with a smile, I think so too. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, patted Ake on the shoulder, and said. Come on. I like you. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen left. Go slowly, Lord Hokage. Ake watched Sarutobi Hiruzen leave with a smile, and then his face suddenly turned cold. The smile before was completely staged. Subsequently, Ake participated in the recruitment test for this batch of ninja school teachers. Without any suspense, Ake got third in every test. The main reason is that the assessment questions are very simple, and Chunin who participated in the assessment is much weaker than him in all aspects. Nature. The examination papers after the assessment were also passed on to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the candidate for the teacher was naturally chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Huh. Is this Ake's test paper? Let me see how he got the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly saw the content of Ake's exam. For other questions, he quickly scanned, and then found the most critical questions. Q. Tell us what you think about Will of Fire. Answer. Where the leaves dance, the fire is also alive. the fire will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. In my opinion, the will of fire is the spirit of sacrifice. For friends, for companions, for family, I left the village. For everything that is worth paying and sacrificing. Especially the village. For the benefit of the village, I am always ready to burn myself, just to be able to lighten the direction of the village a little bit. Just like the choice made by my teacher, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, burn yourself and light the way forward for the village. I am also ready. I am willing to burn myself in the position of teacher to light the way forward for every child. Use my experience of surviving on the battlefield to let them avoid some detours. Here is the will of fire as I understand it. Sacrifice yourself for others. Looking at Ake's paper-filled answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked again. I only heard a little description from Ake before, but now seeing Ake describe his feelings about the will of fire in such a specific way, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply shocked. Worthy of being Minato's disciple, your ideological awareness is high. With him here, the children of ninja school will definitely be able to understand the will of fire better. It's really great. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with emotion, then picked up the seal and stamped it. Ake successfully became the new teacher of ninja school. At the same time, he also became the teacher of Naruto who just entered school. Onoki. I'm curious, does Sarutobi Hiruzen really understand what Ake said about the will of fire? 4th Raikage. I definitely don't know. If he knew, it's impossible for to live for such a long time. 4th Hokage can't die either. Kakuzu. Incisive. People like Sarutobi Hiruzen are good at talking on paper, and what they say is always nice, but let him do it by himself, he will definitely not be able to do it. Kakashi. Ake has worked so hard to become Naruto's teacher. What does he want to do? Deidara. Needless to say, it must be to protect Naruto. Have you forgotten that Naruto was isolated and bullied? Gaara. Like me, a cursed person who was hated and incomprehensible since childhood. Scorpion. In the ninja world, there are many people with unfortunate childhoods. Don't think that you are the special one. There are countless children who died in a corner without even having the chance to grow up. Nagato. I'm talking about you, because of the snake. I don't know how many people have been killed by your human experiments. Orochimaru. Everything I do is to explore the truth of the ninja world, and that is just a sacrifice I have to make. Jiraiya. HMPH, you have fallen completely, Orochimaru. Black Soil. I don't care about the grievances of the older generation, I just want to know what Ake will do next. Terumi Mei. It must be to give Naruto more warmth, so that he is no longer the same as in the past, only endless loneliness. In the expectant eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. Ake's first day of teaching began. Naruto, who was sitting in the back seat, recognized Ake and immediately extended his hand in greeting. But Ake just nodded lightly and didn't pay much attention to it. After class, Ake saw some students gathered near Naruto's desk, uttering all kinds of ugly words. But Ake just took a look and left the classroom. This reaction. It completely exceeded the expectations of the audience in the live broadcast room. Didn't we promise that Jonin School would send warmth to Naruto? Why did you just ignore it? Obviously she was so angry at Naruto being bullied before, but now she just turned around and left. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded. Deidara. Wait, isn't that right? You cared so much about Naruto before, but now you see Naruto being bullied, and you don't react at all? Onoki. Could it be that Ake has given up? But is Ake the kind of person who will give up? Kakashi. What exactly does Ake want to do? Grandma Chio. Of course only Ake knows this, after all, this is Ake. 4th Raikage. I thought that Ake would not be able to surprise us anymore, but the good guy came one right away, but it was indeed beyond our expectations. Jiraiya. I suddenly have a bad feeling, this time Ake is not a good person. Orochimaru. Did you just find out? Sure enough, you're an idiot. The video continues to play. Ake taught the children step by step, neither favoring Naruto nor ridiculing Naruto. He simply treats everyone equally, until one day. When Ake was alone in the office, someone suddenly approached. Ake turned his head and saw that it was Mizuki who taught another class. Is there a problem? Ake sorted out the lesson plans in his hands, with a neutral attitude. Mizuki smiled, stepped forward and said, I just became a teacher, do you feel very uncomfortable? It's okay. Those naughty kids aren't always like that, just get used to it. Ake frowned slightly, looked at Mizuki and said, I'm fine, and there's nothing I'm not used to. Mizuki had a confident smile on his face that he thought he had seen through Ike, and he leaned over and said in a low voice. Teaching the fox, does it make you very uncomfortable? The other kids rejected him, and he was a troublemaker himself. Ike didn't answer, but asked instead, do you think Naruto is a troublemaker? Mizuki shook his head and said, no, that's actually a poor kid who does all those things that just want attention. It's as if a child wants to attract the attention of his parents, but he has no parents, so he can only attract the attention of others. This kind of child can see through at a glance, very simple. Ike turned around, facing Mizuki, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, so, are you planning to use his innocence to control him? After all, he is a demon fox. Mizuki panicked suddenly, raised his head and looked around, with a fake smile on his face. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. I just think that child is very pitiful, and I just see you, a novice teacher, taking over this problem student to care about you. What do you think of me? Ike suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. I didn't expect Mr. Mizuki to be so enthusiastic. I was the one to be abrupt. But I still say that, I think my class is very good, and I don't need to bother Mr. Mizuki. Mizuki left in a panic. Ike looked at Mizuki's back with a blank expression, not knowing what he was thinking. That night, Ike sneaked into Mizuki's house. In the darkness, Ike looked down at the sleeping Mizuki with cold eyes. A cold light flashed in his hand. Mizuki's eyes suddenly widened, but he couldn't even make a sound because his throat was pierced. He could only stare in horror at those extremely cold eyes in the darkness. Finally, Mizuki, whose life was gone, lay powerlessly on the ground. Then, Ike simply disposed of Mizuki's body, wiped off the bloodline, and left Mizuki's house. Deidara. Good guy. If you disagree with me, kill him. Are you so decisive? As expected of Master Ike. Kakashi. Although Ike's performance this time is not good enough, his sneaking skills are not comparable to ordinary ninjas. Terumi Mei. In Konoha, isn't it a felony to kill a ninja from the same village? Why doesn't Ike hesitate at all? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Grandma Chio. I remember that Orochimaru was wanted, probably for the ninja from the same village. Pain. Prior to this, Orochimaru had conducted human experiments with ninjas from other countries, and when Konoha was in Konoha, he was also the experimental subject provided by Konoha's height. Kakuzu. So, Orochimaru was completely killed. Conan. After all, Konoha has a man called the Darkness of the Ninja World. Shimura Danzo is here. Black Soil. You really are a dirty adult. Might Guy. What exactly is Ike going to do? Why didn't I understand? Onoki. Don't you understand this? This Mizuki has bad intentions towards Naruto, and Ike is obviously trying to eliminate the danger around Naruto. Fourth Raikage. Then why did Ike sit back and watch Naruto being bullied? This is very contradictory. Luo Sha. Indeed, I have no idea what Ike is trying to do. Orochimaru. By the way, Mizuki, you should not be in the village anymore. After all, your identity has been exposed. Ibiki Morino. HMPH, after knowing his identity, I immediately dispatched my subordinates to capture him. Now that he is being interrogated, it won't be long before all the information he knows will be revealed. Mizuki. Lord Orochimaru, save me. I don't want to die. Jiraiya. It seems that there is no need for torture, it has already been confessed. Tsunade. It really is you, a stinky snake. Your eyeliner is everywhere. Mizuki's death went unnoticed. Because Mizuki's body could not be found, it was impossible to even judge his life or death. It's just an inconspicuous ninja school chunin, and no one cares. After searching for a few days without finding it, it ended in a hasty disappearance. Ike's life has not been disturbed in any way except that Anbu asked about his relationship with Mizuki at the beginning. Next, Ike still carried out his responsibility as a teacher step by step, teaching every child seriously. I have also seen Naruto being bullied many times, or being isolated. But Ike didn't bother, just silently watching with cold eyes. In this way, a year passed. Ike saw that Naruto made all kinds of common sense, but no one became friends with him. This day, Naruto came home from school sullenly. However, Naruto, who kept his head down, didn't realize that he had passed his head. When he came back to his senses, he was already surrounded by several children who were several years older than him. You are that monster demon fox. How dare you paint the windows of my house? See how I teach you a lesson. Damn fox. I don't know what Master Hokage thinks. Why didn't you drive you out of the village? Guys like you'd better die for me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Call me. A group of kids beat and kicked around the skinny Naruto. They didn't know the severity of the attack, and Naruto was beaten black and blue in no time. Naruto was finally saved until an adult found out and chased them away. It turned out to be you. What a bad luck. The adults who made the rescue saw that it was Naruto who was being beaten, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Naruto, who originally wanted to thank him, suddenly became stiff. Naruto saw the disgusted expression on the adult's face, and immediately walked away with his head down and his arms covered. On the way Naruto walked, there were a few drops of crystal tears. Naruto went all the way to the mountain where no one came, and hid in a cave. This is a secret base discovered by Naruto that belongs only to him. Whenever he was wronged, he would come over to vent the grievance in his heart. Whoa. Why does everyone hate me? Obviously I didn't do anything. I'm not some monster fox. Wow, it hurts. At this time, Naruto heard footsteps. He immediately stopped crying, looked up to the outside of the cave, and then showed a look of surprise. Teacher Ike? Ike stepped forward, first looked at Naruto's injuries, and then asked. How does it feel to be bullied? Seeing that someone was caring about him, Naruto said in a silly way. It's nothing, I'm used to it. Don't look at these injuries as scary, they will all be healed after a night of sleep. Ike looked at Naruto silently and asked. Naruto, what is your dream? Naruto suddenly said with high spirits. My dream is to become a Hokage, and let everyone in the village recognize my existence. Ike nodded, then asked. Then after you become Hokage, do you still have to protect these people who bully you? Naruto hesitated for a moment, obviously a little confused, but soon he said with a smile. That's right. After all, Hokage is the strongest person in the village, so he must protect everyone in the village. Protect everyone? Ike murmured and fell silent. Naruto looked at Ike curiously and asked. Mr. Ike, how do you know I'm here? Snapped. Ming turned his cheek uncontrollably to one side, his eyes full of disbelief. Naruto turned his head mechanically, looked at Ike whose face was extremely cold, and trembled with fear. Ike. Teacher? Ike looked down at Naruto, his eyes were extremely cold. But in the next moment, this coldness, like a volcanic eruption, turned into extreme anger. You idiot. Boom. Ike grabbed Naruto by the collar and lifted him up against the wall. Fool. Have you forgotten what they did to you? You didn't fight back when you were beaten, but you still wanted to protect them. Are they worthy? Are those rotten people worth your protection? Is it worth you to be that Hokage in this rotten and festering village? No. Not worthy at all. Don't think of yourself so lowly, Naruto. They don't deserve your protection at all. Naruto stared blankly at Ike, his head completely dazed. Obviously scolding him, but Naruto felt a sense of being cared for. Naruto didn't understand this conflicting feeling, so he just stared at Ike blankly with his eyes open. Didn't you yourself say that being a Hokage should protect everyone in the village? Where is your Hokage when you were being bullied by those people? Ike continued to question the Pong. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Yes. Why doesn't Grandpa Hokage come out when he is being bullied? And the only time I scare those people away, but then Grandpa Hokage told him not to do it again. Why is that? Naruto fell into a dazed mood. Ike looked into Naruto's eyes, gently put Naruto down, and then took a few deep breaths to calm down the excitement. During this period, Naruto just looked at Ike blankly, as if he wanted to ask countless questions, but he didn't know what to ask. Ike squatted down, leveled his eyes with Naruto, and said. You were ignorant before, and you may not understand even if I tell you. But now that you are 10 years old and have the ability to distinguish, it is time to tell you the truth. Naruto asked blankly, Truth? What truth? Could it be that I'm really a demon fox? Saying this, Naruto's eyeballs kept rolling in the eyes. He doesn't want to be a demon fox, and it is because of the demon fox that he has been excluded by the villagers. If Ike really told him that he was a fox, Naruto thought he would break down. However, Ike nodded seriously. You are the demon fox. Naruto's small face suddenly turned pale. You're talking nonsense. Ike grabs Naruto's shoulder. Hear me out. Naruto was stunned, or caught a glimmer of hope from Ike's words. It was as if the drowning man had grasped at the last straw. Naruto looked at Ike expectantly. Ike said slowly. You are the demon fox, but to be more precise, The demon fox is sealed in your body. That's what your father did. Naruto froze. My father? Mr. Ake knows who my father is? Ake nodded, suppressing the sadness in his heart, and said in a low voice. Everyone in the village knows who your father is. He is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of the village. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment. You liar. My name is Uzumaki. How could it be the son of fourth Hokage? I can't be Hokage's son. Naruto can't understand, if he is really Hokage's son, why the people in the village treat him like this. Ake looked at Naruto, who kept shaking his head, and said slowly. Uzumaki is your mother's surname. Your mother is a member of the Uzumaki clan, named Uzumaki Kushina, also a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at Ake blankly. Uzumaki Kushina, is this my mother's name? Am I really the son of the fourth Hokage? But why are they doing this to me? Why didn't they tell me? Why did Grandpa Hokage keep it from me? Also, since the fourth generation is my father, why did he seal this fox in my body? Why did he do that? Ake looked at Naruto's excited look, and said with a sigh. The fourth generation project wants you to be the hero of the village, because you made a huge sacrifice by physically sealing the raging Nine Tails. But after the fourth generation sacrificed itself to seal the Nine Tails, the third generation ignored the sacrifice made by the fourth generation, and even concealed your identity, just to prevent you from becoming a hero. Don't look at his usual kind appearance. I don't know how many tricks he has played behind his back. The Nine Tails Rebellion killed a lot of people, and third Hokage spread rumors that you are a demon fox in order to divert everyone's attention. The purpose is to make people feel that you killed their family. But you are clearly the child of fourth Hokage. You are the hero who saved the village. But you were treated unfairly and inhumanly. It's all on purpose. Naruto lowered his head, trembling all over. Fear, but feel cold all over. Naruto never thought that his life experience was so out of the ordinary. And what happened to him from childhood to adulthood was completely abnormal, but someone did it on purpose. Even this person is Grandpa Hokage, whom Naruto trusts very much. Naruto has never felt so cold inside. Never have I been so hopeless. Anger, despair, hatred and other emotions are constantly emerging. Correspondingly, the chakra of Nine Tails is constantly emerging, even reaching the level visible to the naked eye. Onoki. It turns out that Ake is planning to take revenge. He wants to make Nine Tails wreak havoc again. This is the purpose of his approach to Naruto. Black soil. Naruto is so pitiful, he is just a child, yet he will be used by so many people. Gaara. This is the fate of Jinchuriki, who can only become a pawn in the hands of others and an object of fear. Fourth Raikage. Is Ake looking for revenge? Nine Tails is raging at this time. Without Namikaze Minato, I'm afraid there will be heavy losses, right? Orochimaru. Mr. Sarutobi is known as a doctor of ninjutsu. He must know the ninjutsu that seals Nine Tails. I just don't know if Mr. Sarutobi has this awareness, he. Kakuzu. It is obviously too embarrassing for Sarutobi Hiruzen to give up his life to sacrifice himself for others. Dried persimmon Kisame. Indeed, the will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen believes in is to burn others and illuminate oneself. How could he do such a righteous thing? Grandma Chio. What cannot be done is impossible. Hidan. Then there will be a good show. I like to see blood flow into rivers most. Scorpion. This day may become a nightmare for everyone in Konoha. Just when everyone thought that Ake wanted to force Naruto to run away. Ake held Naruto's cheek with both hands, looked at Naruto's eyes full of negative emotions, and shouted loudly. Calm down. Naruto. Now is not the time. If you were angry and release the Nine Tails in your body, wouldn't you become a demon fox just like those despicable people said? Naruto came back to his senses, the red pupils suddenly changed to the original blue. The Nine Tails chakra protruding from his body also retracted into his body. Naruto looked at Ai blankly and asked, Teacher Ake, what should I do? At this time, Ake is the last straw in Naruto's hands. So Naruto would just hold on tightly and not let go. Ake whispered. Naruto, do you want revenge? Those who bully you, deceive you, use you, do you want revenge? Naruto nodded without hesitation, I think. Ake nodded and said, from now on, you will do as I tell you. Naruto nodded excitedly, a flash of eagerness flashed in his eyes. What should I do? Ake smiled slightly, and whispered in Naruto's ear. That's how you. Naruto nodded while listening, his eyes brightened. And the audience in the live broadcast room also understood what Ike was going to do. Pain. I see. Is Ike planning to control Naruto himself? Onoki. That's why he killed Mizuki, just to control Naruto alone. Deidara. Now, those guys in Konoha village are going to be in bad luck. After all, Master Ike will definitely not let it go. Fourth Raikage. We can look forward to a good show. Now with the sharp weapon of Naruto, Ike will definitely turn the entire Konoha upside down. Terumi Mei. Poor Naruto, in the end he still has to become a tool in the hands of others, but at least it is much better than being in the hands of someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Black Soil. Indeed. When I think of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards Naruto, I get angry. It's too deceiving. Kakashi. My mood right now is really complicated. Kakuzu. Who told your Hokage to do things so unreliably? Hoshigaki Kisame. Although it seems that everything is done by Danzo, but without Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence, it is impossible for Danzo to do so many things and not die. Luo Shaw. Don't forget, Danzo even assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. What can I say? I feel like they are a couple. Early the next morning, Naruto came to the bun shop. This surprised the owner of the bun shop and said in disgust. You bastard star, get out of here. I don't have any buns for you. As he said that, he would use the rolling pin beside him to drive Naruto away. After being chased several times before, Naruto didn't come out. The bun shop owner did not expect Naruto to appear again today. But the owner of the steamed stuffed bun shop did not expect that Naruto did not dodge this time, and directly grabbed the rolling pin. It's just that the bun shop owner of ordinary people is naturally no match for Naruto, who can refine chakra in terms of strength. You monster fox. Let me go. The owner of the steamed stuffed bun shop gritted his teeth and pulled hard with his hands. But Naruto snatched the rolling pin from the boss with all his strength, and said viciously. You don't want to sell me buns, do you? Then everyone stop eating. I don't have to eat, and you don't want to eat either. Bang. Bang. Crash. Naruto hit the steamed buns on the floor after a few steps, and the freshly steamed buns were scattered all over the floor, so they were obviously inedible if they were stained with dust. But Naruto didn't stop, he kept hitting the rolling pin in his hand, smashing all the buns. He smashed it and said viciously, tell you not to sell me buns. I let you sell without buns, nobody eat it. Everyone don't eat. Every blow was extremely forceful, and small holes were smashed into the ground. It was as if Naruto was hitting the bun shop owner. At this time, the boss shivered and hid aside, not daring to look at it at all. He had never seen Naruto get so angry, that kind of fierce energy, as if he just got close, and he would be smashed to pieces like these buns. The people around were also stunned. When did they ever see Naruto throwing a tantrum? One by one was frightened and kept backing away, watching Naruto's gaze change from hatred to fear. Sudden. Naruto stopped, turned his head and looked fiercely at the onlookers. Run. The demon fox is going to kill someone. The onlookers ran away one after another, afraid of being caught up by Naruto, and gave them a rolling pin in his hand. Deidara. Cool. I've seen their attitudes not happy for a long time. If it were me, I would blow them up to the sky with my art. Hidan. Kill. Why not? Why didn't he kill this person? Kakuzu. Although he is venting, Uzumaki Naruto is obviously not a murderer like you, so naturally he will not kill people. Onoki. If you think about it with your brain, you know that Naruto will definitely not leave the village, at least not just like this. Ike must have his own thoughts about Konoha. If Naruto kills someone, the villagers will definitely force Sarutobi Hiruzen to drive Naruto away go out. Pain. And Danzo will definitely add fuel to the flames, because Danzo wants Naruto to be a weapon in his hands. Gaara. It's like looking at another me. Kushina. That's it. Smash his shop. How dare you not sell my son? Smash it for me. Namikaze Minato. Calm down, Kushina. Ike obviously wants to use our son, and must have bad thoughts about the village. Tsunade. I feel quite relieved, after all, seeing Naruto being so wronged since he was a child, and now I can vent a little bit. I will definitely feel very happy. Jiraiya. Well, I can only say that Naruto suffered too much grievance when he was a child. Uchiha Madara. This is all Konoha's own doing. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Madara, this is your village too. Why do you speak like an outsider? After smashing the bun shop, Naruto felt extremely comfortable. Especially when he saw the fearful eyes of the owner of the bun shop looking at him, it made him feel the trembling from his soul. Subsequently, he threw the rolling pin aside casually, and walked towards the ninja school in a happy mood. On the way, Naruto stopped when he saw a ninja shop. By the way, I remember that there was a shuriken throwing class today. My shuriken happened to be almost worn out, and it was time to get a new set. Saying that, Naruto walked over. Coincidentally, the shop owner also came out from the door, intending to yell twice. But as soon as he went out, he saw Naruto walking over. Immediately, the smile on the store owner's face disappeared immediately, and he turned to Naruto with disgust. "You demon fox. Get away from me. I'm being disturbed by Lousy's business. It's really unlucky. I met you, a broom star, early in the morning." Naruto's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly raised his foot, kicked the shop owner in the stomach, and kicked him in hard. The shop owner let out a scream, which immediately attracted the people around him. Some people saw that it was Naruto, and said with a look of disgust, "What an uneducated child. He beat people in the street. Such a child can go to Jonin school. I am really worried about my child. If I get in touch with this child too much, will my child become so rude?" Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly turned to look at the person who spoke. His eyes have turned into beast-like red pupils because of anger. The person who spoke suddenly stepped back, trembling with fear. Naruto snorted coldly, then walked to the shop owner, and said the topic of debate. "Sell my ninja gear? Tell me, sell my ninja gear." The store owner groaned. "Sell, sell, sell. Whoops, I'll sell. Can't I sell it?" Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and bought a set of shurikens at a very low price to replace the ones he had been using. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once a gift to him. Because no one has ever sold him any patience. Satisfied, Naruto strutted away. At this moment, the eyes of the onlookers were looking at him. Apart from disgust, there was also deep fear. Because just now, they thought Nine Tails would be back again. Walking through a street corner, Naruto felt darkness in front of his eyes. Several older children surrounded him, just like yesterday. "Boy, do you look crazy? It seems that we didn't learn enough yesterday." The leader snapped his fingers and led a group of people to drive Naruto into the alley. Just when they were about to get their hands on Naruto. Instead, Naruto took the lead. A heavy punch hit the leader's crotch, physically changing his biological sex. The leader, whose Achilles heel was hit hard, was like a fish thrown onto the shore, falling to the ground with his eyes wide open, occasionally twitching twice, looking more like a jumping fish. Seeing this, the others rushed up aggressively. "Gimme it. Naruto has already made a move first." The invisible chakra attaches to the fists and feet, requiring no precision, only increased attack power. Every time some teenagers who didn't know how to mention chakra fell to the ground and howled. At first glance, it was not easy to handle, at least a few bones were broken. "HMPH. I haven't looked for you yet, but you have come to me. What a pity, you scum." Naruto looked down upon several teenagers lying on the ground crying. Then wiped the cheek that was hit. The injury was quickly recovered under the influence of Nine Tails chakra. Come to ninja school. After the first 2 classes. The students came to the playground. Because the next class will be held on the playground, it is a shuriken throwing class. Before class, the students got together in 2s and 3s. Only Naruto was alone, with no one around him. Naruto saw that everyone didn't bring himself to play. "Then I will play with you, if you don't play with me. Then I will let you play." With this mind, Naruto came to a few classmates. These classmates are the ones who usually bully him the most. When these students saw that Naruto dared to come to their side, they all showed bored expressions. "Go away, we don't want to play with you. Leave us alone. Do you want to be beaten? If there were not too many people here, we would beat you down now." Naruto's face darkened, and he said coldly, "You're not going to play with me?" The students didn't see that Naruto's face became a little strange, so they said impatiently, "Get out of here quickly. Otherwise we will really beat you." Naruto's face was completely gloomy, and a red chakra appeared on his body. "In that case, I have no choice but to force you to play with me." Saying that, Naruto rushed up directly. These students had no idea that Naruto would do it directly. Unprepared, he was knocked to the ground by Naruto's punches and kicks, wailing continuously. What happened here immediately attracted the attention of other students. They stared at the sudden situation in a daze, not knowing what to do. So I watched Naruto holding these students continuously, and there was a sound of wailing in the playground. Tell you not to play with me. Tell you not to play with me. Naruto said while typing, his face was full of anger. The other students were dumbfounded, but the audience in the live broadcast room enjoyed it. Kushina. That's it. You must not bypass them. Kick their lifeblood. Black soil. Naruto's mother is so scary. Tsunade. I remember that Kushina was called Chili Pepper when she was a child, and she had a hot temper. Orochimaru. The children of Konoha will always show their sense of superiority in inexplicable places, but they don't know that they are facing a strong man that they must never provoke. Jiraiya. Alas, it's all the old man's fault, completely neglecting the education work in this area. Deidara. It's so refreshing. It's just that there are no dead people and it's a bit unsatisfactory, but considering Naruto's current age, I don't care too much. Hidan. I want to see blood. I want to see rivers of blood. Namikaze Minato. Although I also think those children are too much, but Naruto like this makes me very worried. Grandma Chio. What are you worried about? The profession of ninja is a prey to the weak. When you are weak, you will naturally be bullied. Now that you are strong, it is natural to vent all the grievances you have received. Fourth Raikage. That's right. Naruto did the right thing. A man should use his fist to prove himself. Killer Bee. Brother is right. Terumi Mei. Now it's interesting, what will Sarutobi Hiruzen do with Naruto? After all, Naruto is completely out of his control. Luo Sha. HMPH, what else can he do? Continue to use his bullshit fire will to influence Naruto, but now that Naruto knows his life experience, he will definitely not be fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Naruto, don't do this. A weak voice came into Naruto's ear, and Naruto turned his head to see the worried little Sakura. Little Sakura said timidly. Everyone is a classmate. If you do this, they will be beaten to death by you. Although on the surface he looks like a weak student who cares about his classmates, in fact, the little Sakura is already excited about whether the gentle personality he created can attract Zuo. But, to little Sakura's surprise, after hearing her words, Naruto came directly to little Sakura, and stretched out his hand to hold little Sakura in his arms. Then he lowered his head so that their cheeks almost overlapped. The lips of the two were tightly pressed together. Little Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling all over. Little Sakura was shocked by Naruto's actions, so shocked that she even forgot to separate. Just looking at Naruto, my mind went blank. When little Sakura realized that she was about to struggle, she realized that her body was tightly hugged by Naruto, and she couldn't break free with her strength. The other students were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They never expected that Naruto, who is usually very weak against little Sakura, would make such a move. After Naruto kissed for a full minute, he released little Sakura, and then cursed viciously. In the past, you ignored my love, but just because I like you, you can order me at will. I've had enough. This is what you owe me, ah. Little Sakura doesn't care what Naruto said. All she knows is that the first kiss she saved for Sasuke has just been snatched away by Naruto, whom she hates. This fact almost broke little Sakura. Little Sakura screamed loudly, which also woke up other students. Deidara. Ha ha ha, Naruto is too courageous. He kissed his female classmate forcibly. Little Sakura. Naruto. How dare you, Shikamaru, good guy. I remember little Sakura is going to be Sasuke's wife in the future, right? This situation. Tooth. Naruto, the original video was kissing Sasuke, and the video after Ake's interference is kissing little Sakura. The couple have had intimate contact with you. Hoshigaki Kisame. It's really a strange angle, it's really interesting to think about it this way. Sasuke. HMPH. The present is the present, and the future is the future. I don't plan to marry a wife now. I still have revenge. Kakashi. That's true, how should I put it? Kushina. That's right, Naruto. You can't keep praying humbly, you should take the initiative to pursue it. Namikaze Minato. Is this too proactive? Naruto. Wow, would I do such a thing? But to be honest, I feel a little complicated. From. After all, you only learned about your life experience not long ago, and your current personality has been roughly finalized. It's not like in the video that you were interfered by Ake when you were young. Orochimaru. But do you dare to say that what Naruto is doing now is wrong? Obviously the wrong is someone else, and Naruto has always been the innocent person implicated. Tsunade. Stop talking so much nonsense, blame the old man and Danzo. This is obviously the fault of those two guys. In the school classroom. Looking at the completely different self in the live broadcast room in front of him, Naruto fell into deep thought. Although he looks carefree, Naruto is much more slender and sensitive than he imagined because of his encounters since he was a child. He usually squints his eyes, but he just doesn't want others to see the sadness in his eyes. Before, Naruto saw his future life through a video. Naruto was surprised by his future strength and finally got everyone's approval. But after knowing his life experience, Naruto's mood is very complicated. Naruto never thought that he was the son of 4th Hokage. And his father tried his best to seal 9 tails in his body, just to make Naruto a hero of the village, and let people remember the 4th generation couple in Naruto's sacrifice. But all of this was hidden because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness. He became an orphan without father and mother, and grew up discriminated against by others. No one wants to be friends with him, someone will always bully him with malice. Naruto has never understood, but the kindness in his heart kept him from being swallowed up by anger and hatred. However, occasionally these emotions will appear in his heart, and he wants to resist everything. But in the end, they didn't take any action. They just did some pranks and other things to get revenge on others, but in fact they were more like children who wanted to get attention. Now, after watching the video, the most unacceptable thing for Naruto is that Grandpa Hokage, whom he thought was very good to him, turned into a sinister villain in others' mouths. And he is also vaguely aware of this. This made Naruto hesitate. Do you want to follow the track of history like the previous video, and finally become everyone's hero? Or just like the self in the video now, stand up and retaliate against all those who bullied him? At this time, a hand was placed on Naruto's shoulder, making Naruto look up in surprise. Shikamaru. Naruto looked at the lazy Shikamaru in surprise, not knowing why he was looking for him suddenly. Don't think about it, Naruto, Shikamaru said flatly. After these videos come out, our future is no longer certain, because we have all seen these futures, and naturally we will try our best to avoid the misfortunes and disasters that will happen in the future. Also, now that everyone knows that you are the son of the 4th generation, the children who bullied you, and the adults who have malicious intentions towards you must wish to apologize to you right now. So, don't think too much, you just have to live your life seriously according to what you think. I will always be by your side, because I am your friend. Naruto's eyes widened slowly, his eyes trembling constantly. Then, he turned his head and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Shikamaru smiled and said, "If you don't understand, then forget it. Keep watching the video, I see you feel really good beating these guys." Naruto didn't look back, he didn't want the tears on his face to be seen by his good friend. And the video in the live room is still going on. After being awakened by little Sakura's scream, the other students panicked. "Quick! Stop Naruto! How can we stop him? Let's go and call the teacher." "Yes. Find the teacher. Find the teacher quickly." The students ran to the office in a panic, and then brought their class teacher over. With the teacher present, the children's emotions seemed to be much more stable. Ike, who had heard the general process on the way, came to Naruto with a serious face and said, "Naruto, come with me to the office." Cut. Naruto curled his lips, but obediently followed behind Ike and walked towards the office. The others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Naruto had no resistance. They were afraid that Naruto would also fight with the teacher, and they would not know who to go to. However, they breathed a sigh of relief, but the people in the live broadcast room were about to laugh like crazy. Deidara. Ha ha ha. These little guys thought they found a savior, but they didn't even know that these two were together. Onoki. Don't say it, Naruto's acting skills are quite good, and he even knows how to express dissatisfaction to clear up the relationship between the two. Kakashi. Well, Naruto has learned badly, but somehow I feel very relaxed, maybe because I see Naruto no longer suppressing himself, so I am also very happy. Orochimaru. Maybe even Anbu, who was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor, doesn't know what's going on between the two. The old guy is still kept in the dark, right? 4th Raikage. I'm afraid these kids thought Ike would punish Naruto, I'm really laughing to death. Terumi Mei. Really, I am so funny, but I am very happy to see someone pampering Naruto, even if they want to use Naruto, because Naruto has been wronged too much before. Grandma Chio. Thousands of mistakes, all the faults of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Without them, the world of ninja would be much better. Kakuzu. After all, he is the man known as the darkness of the ninja world. What Danzo is best at is to mess up the quagmire of the ninja world. He doesn't care who he sacrifices for this. Dried persimmon kisame. Even the ninjas in their village are the same. Our ninja village does not have such an organization that destroys humanity. Killer bee. Neither do we. Onoki. The old man only hires those mercenaries so that his village will not be contaminated with too many dark things. The two returned to the office silently. After closing the door, Ake took his seat, and Naruto sat across from him. There is no one in the office except the two of them. How are you feeling, Naruto? I saw you taking revenge on many people along the way, how do you feel? Naruto lowered his head and said with a chuckle. I've never felt so at ease inside. I couldn't be happier. Especially when I saw their fearful eyes when they looked at me. I must have looked like this when I looked at them before. While talking, Naruto had tears in the corners of his eyes. Naruto was only a 10-year-old boy after all. Suddenly knew his shocking life experience. These behaviors made Naruto happy and relieved. He couldn't help crying for the grievances he had suffered before. Ake looked at Naruto's tears and said lightly. What? Have you relented? If you want to stop, you can stop now. Naruto immediately raised his head. Of course not. I won't stop here. Ake nodded and said. It's good that you have the will. But don't forget, the biggest darkness around you is third Hokage, and you have not yet resisted his strength. So in front of him, you still have to behave the same as before. As long as he doesn't suspect you, you will be in no danger. And as long as you don't threaten his position, he won't interfere with you too much, at most he will educate you verbally. Naruto nodded it to express his understanding. But he still said with some doubts, but wait a while, will third Hokage really come? How long has it been? Shouldn't he be busy with Hokage's work? I used to call Sarutobi Hiruzen Grandpa Hokage, but now I call him third Hokage coldly. It can be seen that Naruto has lost his trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ake sneered and said, our Hokage-sama is good at playing fish to shirk responsibility. Now I'm afraid I'm staring at the women's bathhouse sternly. According to my guess, he will appear in front of us in 5 minutes. Naruto nodded, and the two waited patiently. Ake talked about what Naruto needs to do next against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Less than 2 minutes. There were hurried footsteps outside the office. Then the office door was opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage hat, walked in quickly. Naruto. What have you done? Naruto stood up, turned around and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen innocently. I was also forced. They keep bullying me, I just can't help it. Naruto. Bullying others is not a good behavior after all. Don't you dream of becoming a Hokage? If you want to become a Hokage, you must have the heart to protect everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Naruto earnestly. I know that the people in the village are not very friendly to you. But that's because he doesn't know what you are. I've always known that you are a kind child, Naruto. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to make them agree with you. Naruto nodded obediently and said, yes, Lord Hokage, I remember. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then rubbed the top of Naruto's head, and said to Ake. Ake, don't be too harsh on Naruto, you know his situation. Ake nodded and said. Don't worry, I know how to measure, Hokage-sama. As a result, this matter was settled under the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the following lessons, other children stayed away from Naruto one after another, not daring to approach him casually. Naruto is no longer out of line. At night, Sarutobi Hiruzen knocks on Naruto's door. Naruto opened the door and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen holding a small cake. Naruto, this is your favorite cake. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook the cake in his hand. Naruto suddenly showed a surprised expression. Thank you Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Naruto, don't be angry either. I've already spoken to the parents of those children. They won't pursue this matter, and they will definitely be willing to play with you in the future. Naruto said in surprise. Really? Great. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's surprised look with satisfaction and said. Then you can enjoy the cake, I still have things to deal with. I'll see you again in a few days. Naruto took the cake and nodded excitedly. I'll enjoy it. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen leave, the smile on Naruto's face suddenly subsided and turned into a cold one. He threw the cake into the trash can and said with a sneer. Just like Teacher Ake said. Once I found out that I was at risk of losing control, I immediately came to stabilize my state. HMPH. I will never be controlled by you people again. You hypocrite. In vain of my father's sacrifice, and let me bear the miserable past. I will never let it go. Just wait and see. When he said this, Naruto's eyes were full of anger. Kakashi. Naruto feels like he's going black. Deidara. This is not difficult to understand, right? Anyone who encounters this situation, who will not be blackened? If it were me, I would release the 9 tails on the spot and let them taste the pain of the past. Hidan. That's right. Definitely want to kill a river of blood. Kakuzu. Of course, those guys who have a bounty should keep their heads, so that they can be exchanged for money. Kushina. I was very pleased when I saw Naruto before, but now I feel very happy when I see Naruto. It's hard to choose. Onoki. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is too good at doing things. It is ridiculous for the hero to deal with it so hastily afterwards and think he is under his control. Fourth Raikage. With a random teasing like now, it is a matter of minutes to blacken Naruto. Terumi Mei. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are the cancer of Konoha and even the whole ninja world. Orochimaru. Naruto's completely different future path is really worth looking forward to. Jiraiya. Well, I'm afraid Naruto here won't be the same as the character in my book, but it's no one's fault. Grandma Chio. Can't blame anyone. Isn't there 2 guys who deserve death? After a few days, came the weekend. There is no need to go to ninja school today. Birdman came to his secret base on the mountain early. When he arrived, Aike was already waiting here. Teacher Aike. Naruto waved excitedly, then ran over and looked up at Aike. Teacher Aike. What do you want from me? Aike nodded and said. The feeling of revenge is refreshing, right? Naruto nodded repeatedly. It's so cool. Now those people don't dare to approach me when they see me. When I think of those adults who have received the favor of my father, but have no thought of reflection, it makes me so angry. Aike looked at the angry Naruto and said lightly. But now your strength is not enough. To have the power to vengeance, you must control the 9 tails within you. With the power of 9 tails in your hands, you can take revenge on your enemies. Naruto nodded heavily and said, what should I do? Aike looked into Naruto's eyes and said, anger, stay angry. Then, talk to him. Naruto was taken aback. Aike said, it's the 9 tails inside you. After all, the power of 9 tails belongs to him, so naturally he won't give it to you for no reason. Naruto didn't understand. But Aike didn't elaborate further. Instead, he directly lifted Naruto's clothes, and then patted Naruto's abdomen with his palm. Suddenly, Naruto rolled his eyes and passed out. And Naruto's spirit came to the sealed space. The ground was full of water, submerged ankles. In front of Naruto is a huge cage. In the cage, there is a pair of huge eyes. How dare you appear in front of me? Come closer, let me take a closer look at you. Naruto was shocked for a moment, then walked over slowly. Swish. The huge claws slapped on the cage, and the sharp nails pierced through the gap of the cage, barely piercing Naruto. But Naruto was unmoved, but looked up at the huge figure in the cage. Are you 9 tails? 9 tails leaned forward, revealing his evil face. I was surprised by how calm he was. I can feel the anger in your heart. You want revenge, you want to borrow my strength. It doesn't matter, take it, go make more killings, go kill those humble humans. As 9 tails said, the huge chakra poured into Naruto's body. Naruto felt the majestic chakra in his body, but he was not happy about it, but said with a frown. You can feel my anger, and I can feel your anger. Let's cooperate and vent all our anger. I want those people to pay the price. 9 tails narrowed his eyes and said, you're such a crazy little guy, but I like it. Use my power as soon as possible. Use your anger and the blood of the enemy to please me, in exchange for more power from me. Naruto said coldly. As you wish. In the sealed space, Naruto and 9 tails reached an agreement. And Aike, who was supporting Naruto from the outside world, immediately felt the majestic 9 tails chakra appearing in Naruto's body. Then Naruto opened his eyes. Aike let go and let Naruto stand by himself. It seems that the negotiation process went smoothly. Naruto nodded and said excitedly, can I get my revenge now? Aike shook his head and said, although you now have the power of 9 tails, the power of 9 tails is too strong, and you can't master it without training. So, the next process is to let you control this force. Naruto is full of 9 tails chakra, which makes him feel omnipotent. But since it was Aike who said it, Naruto naturally listened obediently. Then what should I do now, teacher I? Aike pointed to the 9 tails chakra visible to the naked eye on Naruto and said. Contain 9 tails chakra now, if you arouse the vigilance of others, your revenge plan will come to an end. Naruto was taken aback, and immediately absorbed the Nine Tails chakra into his body. Seeing this, Ache nodded and said, "Looks like you had a good chat with Nine Tails. You have better control over the Nine Tails chakra than I thought. Next, it's fine-grained control of chakra. First step, step on the tree." With that said, Ache brought Naruto to a big tree. Naruto asked a little puzzled, "Stepping on a tree? What is stepping on a tree?" Ache expressed it directly with actions. Directly use the way of walking, walking on the trunk, and finally, like a bat, the truth is under the branches. Just like me. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. "Ms. Ache is amazing. How did you do it?" Ache explained. "Gather the chakra on the soles of the feet, but just the right amount, no more and no less, and then attach the body to the trunk, as if turning the chakra into superglue. Come and try." Naruto eagerly stepped forward to give it a try. But perhaps because of his excitement, just as he stepped on it, a big hole was pierced through the tree trunk, and it fell to the ground with an ear-piercing sound. Naruto was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Ache said, "It seems that you need to improve your practice." Then, for several days, Naruto was learning how to master chakra proficiently. A week passed. Naruto was finally able to walk on the trunk calmly without destroying the trunk. Ache looked at it and said, "The next step is to tread water. Compared to a solid tree trunk, the water is constantly flowing, so the difficulty will increase a lot. But you already have experience, and it shouldn't take too much time this time." Naruto said excitedly, "I will learn it within today, Teacher Ache, just take a look." Then, Naruto really mastered the skill of treading water in one day. Seeing that Naruto has reached a certain level of control over chakra, he said to Naruto, "Tomorrow I will teach you a special ninjutsu, remember to come here early." When Naruto heard this, he immediately became excited. "What kind of ninjutsu? For what? Is it wind style or fire style?" Ache said lightly, "You will know tomorrow." Arrived the next day. Naruto came to the secret base early and found that Ache had already arrived. Then Naruto asked excitedly, "Master Ache, what ninjutsu are you going to teach me?" Ache looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, and then said, "This ninjutsu is created by your father." Naruto was taken aback for a moment, he didn't expect it to be this answer. "My father created ninjutsu?" Ache nodded and said, "Back then, on the battlefield, your father relied on this ninjutsu in the Flying Thunder God technique, which came and went without a trace, and was invincible on the battlefield, no one could stop him. I don't know Flying Thunder God technique, so I can only give you the ninjutsu created by your father." Naruto said with a serious face, "Mr. Ache, what is the name of this ninjutsu?" Ache said slowly, "Class A Muji Jutsu, Rasengan." Naruto's eyes widened suddenly. "Muji? Grade A? Rasengan?" Ache nodded and said, "But before I teach you Rasengan, I want to teach you another ninjutsu that will help you a lot." "Multiple shadow clone technique?" Naruto asked curiously. "Multiple shadow clone technique? How is this different from the clone technique?" Ache said, "The avatar created by the clone technique is a low-level ninjutsu that has no entity and can only be used to confuse the view. The shadow clone has a physical body, which means it can cause damage to the enemy. Of course, this is not the main function of shadow clone. The main function of shadow clone is that when shadow clone is released, it will transfer the memory of the avatar stage back to your brain. In other words, if you use shadow clone to practice, you can get twice the result with half the effort." Naruto said excitedly when he heard it, "Teacher Ache, teach me." Ache nodded, and then taught Naruto the seal of multiple shadow clone technique. After teaching a few times casually, Naruto learned it quickly. Then Ache said, "You divide 10 shadow clone first, and then practice together. You can still bear the memory of 10 clones, if there are more, it will cause damage to your spirit, and the loss outweighs the gain. After you gradually adapt, you can increase the number of people." Naruto nodded repeatedly and said, "I can't wait, teach me Rasengan." Ache immediately started teaching Naruto the easy way to learn Rasengan. Start with the book balloon. Release chakra inside the water balloon and spin erratically until the water balloon bursts. Then there are balloons. Then there is the ball. When the ball can explode, Rasengan has initially possessed power. That said, Rasengan has reached entry. After every day when he has free time, Naruto will practice with Ache. Rasengan was quickly refined, and after Ache also taught Naruto to perform chakras form change and nature transformation, Rasengan was further evolved. Finally, the wind-style spiral shuriken was cultivated. Naruto, You have done a good job these 2 years. Ake nodded very pleased, and then said, but, it's not time for your Rasengan to be exposed to the eyes of others. These are your hidden cards, and you can only take them out when the time is right. Don't forget your true purpose, Naruto said seriously. I know, Teacher Ake. I'm here for revenge. Another year passed. During this period, Ake continued to teach Naruto, and constantly helped Naruto to control his own power more, as well as the force of 9 tails. At the same time, Naruto has mastered all kinds of ninjutsu, such as instant technique and so on. Without the interference of 9 tails chakra, Naruto learns these progress very quickly, because Naruto itself has a very talented chakra talent. Deidara. Isn't this too exaggerated? The previous Naruto possessed these powers until he was 16 years old. Kakuzu. Now that Naruto has these powers when he is less than 12 years old, and he can freely control the power of 9 tails, it is hard to imagine what kind of level he will reach in the future. Onoki. Ha ha ha, I want to see what expression Sarutobi Hiruzen will have when he knows Naruto's current strength. Luosha. It must be exciting. 4th Raikage. At such a young age, he has already possessed such a strong strength. Compared with other students, it is a dimensionality reduction blow. Black Soil. In short, comparing the current Naruto with other students is simply bullying. Kushina. As expected of me and Minato's child, this talent is top-notch. Namikaze Minato. Although Naruto has mastered the power of 9 tails, this is my idea, but the process of achieving it is really hard for me to describe. Hoshigaki Kisame. I always feel that Naruto will definitely make a big fuss, but I don't know when it will be. Orochimaru. He, the sense of anticipation is getting stronger and stronger. I have a very strong hunch. Finally, after this year of practice, the time has finally come. In the year when Naruto was 12 years old, the ninja school graduation assessment began. Naturally, the assessment of the 3-body technique level is not difficult for the current Naruto at all. Naruto graduated directly with full marks in the exam. As a result of the classification, he was assigned to Kakashi's 7th class without any surprise. The companions are small Sakura and Sasuke. This situation immediately aroused the doubts of some people in the live broadcast room. Deidara. I remember, in the video of Naruto, it was said that Naruto is the tail of the crane, so it can only be balanced by Sasuke, who is the number 1 in the class, but now Naruto is the number 1 in the class, and Sasuke's strength is not bad. Why? Can we still be assigned to a team? Onoki. HMPH, needless to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have made the decision. After all, one is the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and the other is the survivors of the Uchiha clan. Put them in 10 classes for easy care. 4th Raikage. As expected of the old silver coin, the whole person is full of heart. Terumi Mei. I am also full of cares about my own family members, which is really disgusting. Became a genin, doing boring D-level tasks. In the face of these easy tasks, Naruto's enthusiasm is not high. And every time the task is completed, it is clamoring for a difficult task. After a period of time, Kakashi, the teacher who led the team, couldn't take it anymore, and led the 3 of them to receive a C-level escort mission. The task is to escort the target to the land of waves and protect him while the target is building a bridge. Before performing the task, Naruto deliberately came to the ninja school to find Ake. What are you looking for me for now? Ake lowered his head and corrected the student's homework, and asked without raising his head. Naruto came to Ake and whispered, Master, I am about to perform the task of leaving the village. What should I do if I face some difficulties? Ake continued to correct. Now your teacher is Kakashi, not me. Naruto said with a frown. But in my heart, you are my only master forever. Only you are qualified to be my master. These words seem to be haki, but the meaning revealed in it shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. Hidan. Good guy. This Naruto has been completely tamed by Ake. Onoki. To say these words, obviously in Naruto's heart, Ake's position is already unshakable. Namikaze Minato. I always feel that my position has been taken away by someone, it's really uncomfortable. Kushina. I am quite relieved to hand Naruto over to Ake. At least under Ake's teaching, Naruto has changed a lot. Uchiha Makoto. What you want to say is that Naruto is now the same as when you were a child, right? Deidara. It seems that Master Ake is still very good at teaching children. Look at how Naruto has become what he is now under the guidance of Master Ake. Luosha. Hidden behind the scenes to manipulate people's hearts, although Ake didn't show much strength, it still makes people frightened. Grandma Chio. Compared with Ache, Danzo relies on defense. Scorpion. It's not comparable at all, you don't have that ability, do you know? Haitu. Husband Ache is so handsome. Hurry up and control my heart too. Dried persimmon ghost shark. Hasn't your heart been controlled long ago? Hearing Naruto's words, Ache finally put down the pen in his hand. He looked up at Naruto and said seriously, Naruto, don't place too many constraints on yourself. Then you just need to obey your own thoughts and don't let yourself be wronged. Naruto nodded seriously and said, don't worry, master. I will definitely not suffer any wrong again. Ache nodded and said, then go, don't let them wait too long. That's impolite. Naruto bowed deeply and then said, master, I'm leaving. Ache lowered his head and continued to correct his homework. And Naruto's figure has already disappeared without a sound. Come to the Konoha gate. The others had already appeared, just waiting for Naruto. As soon as Naruto came, Sasuke taunted, did you forget your brain at home? You made us wait so long. Kakashi hastily stretched out his hand and said, don't be so angry, Sasuke, everyone is late, please bear with me. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, but didn't speak. Then, a group of people set off. Soon, they left the border of the Land of Fire. Not long after leaving the border, Naruto noticed a puddle of water on the side of the road. This immediately caught his attention, because in the past few days, there has been no rain around the Kingdom of Fire. So there is obviously something wrong with a puddle of water here. Naruto looked up at Kakashi and found that Kakashi didn't care at all. Not to mention Sasuke and little Sakura. Naruto immediately understood that Kakashi wanted to test. Just a few steps after a few people passed the pool of water, two figures suddenly emerged from the water. However, just as they were about to rush out, they were immediately hit between the eyebrows by the shurikens of the two schools. Killed instantly. Deidara. When facing these two people before, Naruto was still terrified, but now he was able to kill them so calmly. The contrast between before and after is too strong. Onoki. Under the training of Ache, the current Naruto's strength has improved rapidly, and it is naturally easy to face two little chunins. Kakuzu. The key is Naruto's attitude, so decisive, not like that kind Naruto at all. Orochimaru. A ruthless Naruto, really exciting. Hidan. Haha, now it's Uchiha's turn to stand still, it's funny. Dried persimmon Kisame. Except for Naruto, the reaction of these two people is really too slow. Terumi Mei. The two kids didn't have the slightest doubt about the sudden puddle of water on the ground, so it can only be said that they are novices. Sasuke. HMPH. This is not my real performance. The one at the end of the crane is obviously Naruto. Shikamaru. Let's face it, you just can't compare to Sasuke in this video. The sudden change surprised the other four. Little Sakura and Sasuke had no idea that there were enemies ambushing here. As an ordinary person, Dasna is even more impossible to find out. Although Kakashi noticed the traces of the enemy, he deliberately ignored them. What Kakashi didn't expect was that Naruto killed the two directly. Naruto, it's great that you caught the enemy in time, but if we can capture them alive, at least we'll know who their target is. Kakashi said rather helplessly. Naruto said with a meaningless shrug. I just sensed their killing intent, so I subconsciously let go. I'll pay attention next time, Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi had no choice but to go forward and inspect the bodies of the two, and judged that the two of them had a high probability of being Kirigakure's traitors. The most critical information cannot be obtained. So, the group moved on. But Kakashi's attention has been more on Dasna. C-level missions don't involve fighting ninjas. That is the minimum task category that belongs to B-level or above. Apparently, Dishonor concealed part of the information when he hired them. The little Sakura had no idea about this at all, and just said to Naruto in surprise. Naruto, you are so amazing. You actually found the enemy in an instant, and killed the enemy in an instant. Sasuke said with an annoyed face. HMPH. I found out too, it's just that it was later than yours. Naruto said rather perfunctorily. Really, then you were really amazing. This attitude angered Sasuke even more. But now it is the period of carrying out the task. Although Sasuke is angry, but it is not easy to attack, so he can only wait to perform better than Naruto later. Dasna's eyes flickered. Although he didn't notice Kakashi's attention to him, he also knew that some of the information he had concealed must have been discovered by them. Subsequently, a group of people came to the country of waves without any danger. But not long after arriving in the kingdom of waves, they were attacked in a forest with a small pool. A big knife as tall as a person spun rapidly and attacked. Kakashi threw Dasna down quickly and reminded the others. Careful. Naruto took an early step, holding the heads of little Sakura and Sasuke, pinning them to the ground, letting them escape the attack. You're welcome. Naruto spoke first, stood up and looked behind him. The machete was chopped on the tree trunk, and then a person appeared on the machete. Sasuke, who was forced to eat a mouthful of mud, got up and yelled. Naruto, you bastard, Kakashi said with a serious face. Sasuke, don't be noisy, Sasuke said angrily. But Naruto dared to. Now is not the time to talk about that. Kakashi said in a serious tone. We are ambushed now, let's talk to the enemy. Sasuke just shut up. As for little Sakura, at the moment she is wiping the dirt on her face full of grievances. Afterwards, Kakashi stuck to the attacker and said solemnly. I didn't expect that I would see Dao Di Zai Buzan, who is called a ghost here. What is your goal? Surprised not to cut it. It turned out to be Kakashi, a copy ninja. It seems that brother Oni was defeated by you. It's just two wastes. If they die, they will die. It's a pity, Kakashi. The target you protect is exactly my target. It seems that I will add another brilliant stroke to my record. Kakashi said with a solemn tone. Sure enough, Mr. Dasna, you concealed important information about the mission, and the two ninjas who attacked were also coming towards you. This is not an enemy that sea-level missions will fight against. If you still want to continue to hire us, you'd better make up for the follow-up employment fee. Dasna said with a bitter face. My money is all the money everyone has gathered. No matter how much you want, I don't have a calendar. Naruto said impatiently. Whoever he is, wouldn't it be over if you just kill him? Kakashi said speechlessly. Zenbuzhan used to be Kirigakure's elite jonin, with unfathomable strength, and one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. He is not an easy opponent to deal with. But what you said is indeed a problem. Let's not talk about the task level, at least Mr. Disowner is still our employer now. If Mr. Dasna is allowed to be killed by the enemy at this time, it will obviously damage our Konoha's reputation. Now let's deal with it for the time being and don't kill it, you three protect Mr. Disowner well. Saying so, Kakashi removed the blindfold, revealing his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke was shocked when he saw Kakashi's eyes. Sharingan? Kakashi didn't answer, but looked directly at Zabuzan. It is full of interest even if it is not cut. Let me ask for advice, copy the power of the ninja Kakashi. No more beheading and falling to the ground, insert the beheading knife into the ground, and then make seals with both hands. Ninja mist shinobi technique. A large amount of smoke suddenly came out from Zai Buzan's body. Kakashi was taken aback. Oops, you three protect Mr. Disowner. Sasuke and little Sakura immediately protected Dasna's 2 directions. But Naruto didn't move. Naruto just stood there blankly, as if stunned. It's really immature. Zabuzan heard Naruto's heartbeat. Even though it sounded very faint from a distance, it was still enough for Zabuzan to judge Naruto's location. Subsequently, Zabuzan passed Naruto and quickly attacked Dasna. His mission target is Dasna, so naturally he must kill the mission target first. The battle with Kakashi can be discussed later. However, his beheading knife was about to fall on Dasna's neck, who was unaware. Clang! Clang! The two appeared in time, and the kunai in their hands stopped Zabuzan's attack. Kakashi? And that dazed brat just now? Don't be stunned for a moment. It is expected that Kakashi can come to stop him. After all, Kakashi's reputation spreads all over the ninja world. But it never occurred to him that Naruto, who just stood there in a daze and looked like a novice, would be able to block his attack in an instant. Don't these fogs work on them? Kakashi was also surprised that Naruto showed up in time. Good job, Naruto, keep it up. Mr. Dasna must not be injured. Naruto didn't respond, but looked at Zaibuko with extremely fierce eyes. It was Naruto's right hand that blocked the beheading sword, and Naruto's left hand was also holding a kunai, and at this moment, it was attacking at the side of the no-cutting side at a tricky angle. If you feel threatened, you will jump away immediately. Kakashi followed, and the two fought through the fog. But not long after, Kakashi missed and was captured, trapped in the water army yard and unable to move. However, Buzan needs to maintain the water prison technique and cannot leave. He could only produce a water avatar with only 1/10 of his strength. Although it is only 1/10 of its strength, It is enough to deal with 3 fledgling genin. This is the idea of not cutting again. Then, he saw Naruto, who had blocked his attack with Kakashi, just stood up. You two protect the target. I'm going to help teacher Kakashi. Sasuke said with a look of displeasure. I am coming too. Naruto turned his head and said sarcastically. Kids, don't make trouble. Sasuke blushed with anger. Little Sakura said helplessly. But Naruto is as old as us, and Sasuke is a child, isn't it waiting for you to talk about you? Naruto said lightly. I'm not like you, I'm not what you carry. It's heavy. Saying that, Naruto made a mudra with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke came out. The surrounding ground and branches are filled with Naruto's shadow clone. There are hundreds of them. What's this? No longer stunned, he had never seen a person who made so many clones. Kakashi was also stunned. With so many clones, there are so many chakra in Naruto's body, as expected of the Uzumaki clan. Facing so many avatars, Byakugan would naturally be unable to stop Naruto with just one water avatar. Soon the water body was broken up and fell into the pool. If you don't cut it, you will face the siege of hundreds of Naruto. In desperation, Zabuza could only release the water prison technique, allowing Kakashi to be rescued. As for Byakugan, he wielded a beheading saber, and continuously wiped out the incoming shadow clone. Elite Jonin, do you only have this level of strength? Naruto stood where he was, looking at the shadow clone who was trying so hard to deal with him, his eyes were full of disappointment. The released Zabuza no longer kept his hand, and used the power of the Sharingan to perfectly reproduce all the movements of Zabuza, which made Zabuza shaken. In the end, the chance of victory was established with a big waterfall technique. But at this moment, a man wearing a mask suddenly appeared, and stabbed Zabuza's neck with thousands of sticks, putting him into a state of suspended animation. Hoshigaki Kisame appeared, the little lover who will never kill again. Terumi Mei. I remember that this little guy is a boy, right? It's a pity that he is a boy despite being so pretty. Bye. My relationship with Mr. Zabuza has nothing to do with gender. No more chopping. Stop talking, bye, it's embarrassing. Deidara. By the way, have you dealt with the man named Cardo yet? Kakuzu. I haven't even said a word so far, so I must be dead. Hidan. But you can talk even after you die. That guy named Otsutsuki Momoji, couldn't he talk after being killed by Ike? Onoki. What do you care about that waste dealer? Shouldn't you be concerned about what Naruto will do next? Luo Shaw. What can Naruto do? He doesn't know at this time that Shiro who suddenly appeared as Zabuza's partner. Black Soil. You were talking about the previous Naruto, and the current Naruto has made extraordinary progress after being trained by Ike's husband. Don't overdo Bai's disguise, simple. Shikamaru. In fact, if Kakashi hadn't consumed too much chakra, I'm afraid he would have broken Shiro's disguise long ago, because he has already discovered something wrong. Little Sakura. By the way, Naruto will expose Shiro's identity at this time. If he doesn't kill him, will he give it to him for nothing? After all, he is in a state of suspended animation, unable to move at all, and can only be slaughtered by others. Fourth Raikage. Indeed, so this is also a very risky choice. Grandma Chio. Based on Naruto's thoughts we see now, he will definitely not have the slightest hesitation. Orochimaru. Is Naruto going to fight that interesting ice escape technique now? Tsunade. The current Naruto is very strong, this white will definitely not be against E. Jiraiya. Yes, after all, Naruto has learned Rasengan, and has also carried out a series of developments. Shiro who appeared suddenly stopped Kakashi and others. I am Kirigakir's chasing force, here to take the traitorous ninja no Chobuchi away. I hope you don't stop me. Kakashi frowned, he immediately realized something was wrong. But the chakra used just now is a bit too much. At this time, there is obviously no 100% chance of winning against the strange enemies that suddenly appear. That being the case, Kakashi intends to let the other party take Zabuza's body away. But before he could speak, Naruto said coldly. The guy who suddenly appeared and took the credit of others, what nonsense are you talking about here? Without your intervention, we can defeat each other. Why should we hand over the corpse to you? Shiro, wearing a mask, looked up at Naruto and said calmly. So, you're planning to have a bad relationship with us, Kirigakir? Naruto tilted his neck and said with extremely cold eyes. Did you have any misunderstanding? When did you get the idea that you could get away from here? Bai was startled and subconsciously used the blinking technique. The moment he got out of the way, a message from Naruto popped up on the ground. Bai's departure happened to escape Naruto's attack. But how could Naruto's attack be dodged so easily? A large number of shadow clone encircled and suppressed the past. Bai quickly ran into trouble. In desperation, Bai could only resort to his own trick. Ice Escape Secret Art Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. A large number of ice mirrors appeared on the ground, and Bai's body merged into the ice mirrors, as if turning into a painting in the ice mirrors. Afterwards, Bai Fei moved quickly, filling all the ice mirrors with his figure. It can be seen how fast he is at this time. It's hardly noticeable to the naked eye. The shadow clones trapped in the ice mirror group were quickly wiped out. But there are still a lot of clones out there. Naruto said lightly. Small tricks. After speaking, Naruto walked into the ice mirror on his own initiative. Because inside the ice mirror, people outside can't see what's going on inside. Naruto can use his strength wantonly. Kakashi didn't understand what Naruto was thinking, and was shocked when he saw Naruto's reckless behavior. Be careful, Naruto. The enemy's ninjutsu is very weird, don't take risks. But Naruto has already walked in. Bai looked at Naruto with a surprised face. Even through a mask, he could reveal a sense of bewilderment. You actually took the initiative to step into the trap? Do you want to be like those shadow clones of yours? Naruto said lightly. I just happen to have some things that I don't want those people outside to know. Mysteries of your level are nothing to me, Bai said coldly. Then let you see my fastest speed. Bai shuttled back and forth between the ice mirrors at an extremely fast speed, and the 1,000 books in his hand kept cutting open Naruto's body, making wounds of different depths. And Naruto just stood there and endured silently. After 10 seconds passed, Naruto whispered to himself. This level of injury should be able to bully Kakashi and the others. As he spoke, Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly. Are you having fun? Now it's my turn. Wind-style spiral shuriken. A chakra sphere visible to the naked eye appeared in Naruto's hand, which looked like a shuriken and was spinning rapidly, but it was obviously very powerful when you saw it. Seeing this scene, Bai was startled. But regarding his confidence in his own speed, Bai did not panic. No matter how strong the attack is, it doesn't make any sense if it can't hit me. You can't keep up with my speed. Naruto smiled lightly. Yeah. As soon as the words fell, Naruto suddenly threw back the spiral shuriken in his hand. What? Shiro happened to appear behind Naruto, and seeing the spiral shuriken suddenly appearing in front of him, his mind went blank. Although Bai's speed is very fast, under the effect of inertia, Bai can't turn at all, and can only deflect slightly. But now, Bai has lost this opportunity. The spiral shuriken immediately hit Shiro's face. The spiral shuriken suddenly exploded, and countless tiny wind blades pierced Bai's body, completely destroying the vitality of Bai's body. After a few seconds, Bai's body fell to the ground without the slightest movement. Naruto stood beside Bai, and said coldly with condescending eyes. This is the reality of the ninja world, the weak prey on the strong. You failed because of your kindness, you actually chose a weapon that doesn't have much lethality like Shinban. Similarly, you were killed by me because you were too weak. I hope that after you go there, you can reflect on your own weakness. Surrounding him is the Ice Escape secret art that was automatically dispelled due to Bai's death. Deidara. Is this killing? Obviously in the previous video, I cried because of this person's death and didn't want to kill him, but I killed him so crisply and neatly. Kakuzu. After all, the current Naruto is decisive in killing and attacking the enemy without the slightest hesitation. Hoshigaki Kisame. This should be a ninja, right? The previous Naruto didn't feel like a ninja at all, but an idealist. Onoki. Indeed, there is no ninja as kind as him. Naruto's operations have completely subverted my perception of ninjas. Fourth Raikage. Especially his mouth. He can talk to the dead. Just say it's not far off. Luosha. That's too outrageous. You are such a tough person, but Naruto said a few words, and everyone regretted it. Don't be too outrageous. Terumi Mei. It was said that ghosts will not be killed again, and it was said that Pain, who destroyed Konoha, resurrected all the people he killed. Obito was regretted by him, and wanted to replicate Pain's actions. Naruto's mouth can completely form an escaping technique. It's called mouth escaping. Hidan. Mouth escape is invincible. Orochimaru. Anyway, I don't want to be told by his mouth. If I am affected by this and give up my ideals, then I might as well die immediately. Black soil. Naruto here doesn't know how to talk. Why are you so afraid? Tsunade. He is afraid that Naruto in reality will give him a lie. Do. Now that everyone is on guard, naturally they won't fall for Naruto's mouth so easily, but some people obviously regret what they did even if they don't get caught by the mouth, right? Scorpion. Indeed, a few people have not spoken for a long time. Anyway, I won't say who it is, everyone should know. Tooth. Who? Shikamaru. Idiot. Don't talk if you don't understand anything. No one treats you as dumb. Sasuke. HMPH. 2 traitors from the Uchiha clan, are they worthy? After unlocking the ice escape secret technique, Kakashi and others saw Naruto with tattered clothes and fine wounds all over his body. And beside Naruto is Shiro, who has lost his breath. Seeing this, Kakashi said with a sigh of relief. Naruto, you are too risky. It's not what a good ninja should do to break into the enemy's trap without knowing the truth of the enemy. Naruto said calmly. I see, teacher Inkasi. Looking at Naruto's indifferent look, Kakashi knew that Naruto was just playing with him. Sighing helplessly, Kakashi couldn't say much. I'm just worried that Naruto will learn some lessons because of his character. At this time, little Sakura stepped forward and said worriedly. Mr. Kakashi, this person was killed by Naruto. Once the people of Kirigakure find out, will he fight the village? Kakashi shook his head and said, impossible. Not to mention that this person is not Mist Shinobi's pursuit force. Even if it is Mist Shinobi's pursuit force, Kirigakure will not rashly declare war with us. It's more likely to use this to ask for some compensation from us. Sasuke stepped forward, looked at the tattered Naruto, and said proudly. It really disappoints me to suffer such serious injuries against such an enemy. Naruto looked at Sasuke suspiciously, completely wondering where Sasuke's inexplicable sense of superiority came from. Facing Sasuke's sudden sense of superiority, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then said calmly. Isn't this to protect you? If you die, the Uchiha clan will disappear. Sasuke was suddenly out of breath, and pointed at Naruto's letter angrily. You. I'm going to duel with you. Naruto ignored Sasuke and said to Kakashi. The mission should be considered complete, right? Should we go back? Kakashi said helplessly. Although the difficulty of the mission has far surpassed sea level, since we choose to continue, we need to send Mr. Disowner to his home. Take a break and continue on your way. I don't think there will be any more enemies. Naruto nodded lightly, ignoring Sasuke's face about to explode, and came to the side and began to close his eyes to rest. Sasuke rushed directly in front of Naruto. Stand up for me. However, Naruto ignored it. Kakashi came to stop Sasuke. Kakashi, don't bother Naruto. Naruto has just fought against a strong enemy, and now he must rest. Even if you want to compete with Naruto, you have to wait until you meet the village. Looking at Kakashi with a somewhat stern expression, Sasuke just gave up without. But the eyes looking at Naruto are still full of anger. The little Sakura on the side looked left and right helplessly, not knowing who to help. After resting for a while, the Japanese pedestrians moved forward again. Then he met Kado, who came to provoke him and many of his thugs. As a result, Kado just mocked Naruto and his age, and Naruto rushed forward. Get rid of Kado and all the thugs. Then Naruto, covered in blood, came to Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, is this mission complete? Then let's go back quickly. Kakashi had no choice but to speak. It's getting late today, let's set off early tomorrow morning. Naruto and the others, who solved the real trouble in the land of waves, are warmly welcomed by the Datsuna family. Dazuna's grandson kept pestering Naruto for more details about the battle. But Naruto didn't bother to pay attention to the child, he didn't pay any attention at all. After eating, I went back to my room to rest. Early the next morning, the group returned to Konoha. Along the way, Sasuke kept looking at Naruto with provocative eyes, hoping to arouse Naruto's will to fight. But Naruto only thinks that Sasuke is a clown and completely ignores it. Deidara. Not to mention, Naruto still has such a talent for stalking people. Dried persimmon ghost shark. Itachi, did you see that? Your brother is blushing almost as fast as a monkey's ass, ha ha ha. Kakuzu. If it were me, I wouldn't pay attention to it. It's just a child's yelling. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Orochimaru. The current Sasuke hasn't even awakened the Sharingan, so naturally he can't be Naruto's opponent. Terumi Mei. Obviously these two people will stand at about the same height in the future, but now under the influence of Ache, are they not even qualified to fight normally? Onoki. I can only say that what Ake does will be beyond our expectations, and learning blasting ninjutsu can blow up a planet, teaching others will naturally not be so weak. Back to Konoha. After Naruto handed over the task, he immediately left and came to the school to look for Ake. In the ninja school's office, Naruto told Ake all about the trip, and then looked at Ake with burning eyes. Good job. Ake gave a flat compliment. Relying on the cover of the enemy's secret technique to release part of the strength to defeat the enemy, and even let the enemy leave some wounds on his body to avoid being suspected. With this calmness, then I can rest assured. Naruto heard something in Ake's words, and asked curiously. Master Ake, what are you going to ask me to do? Ake shook his head and said. No, it's just that there's going to be a big party in the village. At that time, you need to participate, and Kakashi should also recommend your team to participate. When Naruto heard it, he became even more curious. A grand event? What grand event? Ake smiled. Chunin exam. Chunin exam. Naruto froze for a moment, then curled his lips and said. With my current strength, I am completely incomparable with those children. And I don't care about the so-called Chunin exam. Ake shook his head and said. I know, but I let you take this Chunin exam because it is an extremely rare opportunity. Chance? Naruto frowned, looked at Ake and said. What kind of opportunity? Ake squinted his eyes and looked at Hokage Rock in the distance through the window. A chance to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, and even his breathing became short of breath. What should I do? Ake turned his head, looked at Naruto and said. It's very simple, just pass through to the final round of exams. Then, opportunities will naturally arise. Naruto asked suspiciously. So, what exactly is the opportunity? Ake said. In this Chunin exam, Konoha's renegade, Orochimaru, who is also one of the Sannin, will join forces with Tsunagakure to attack us. At that time, Orochimaru will use the enchantment to control Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, there will be no one around Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is an excellent opportunity to kill him. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately, and then quickly lowered his head to restrain his excited expression. I see, Teacher Ake. I'm going back first, lest Anbu come with you and cause you trouble. Ake listened to Naruto gritted his teeth to hold back his excitement, nodded and said. Be careful not to expose this situation. This is a very rare opportunity. Naruto nodded, and left the office in an instant. Deidara. F*K. How did Master Ake know Orochimaru would attack? Luo Shaw. What a fuss, it's a shame that you still regard Ake as your master. Have you forgotten Ake's method? There must be his eyeliner in the dark. Onoki. That's right, I even suspect that Danzo's root has Ake's eyeliner, and when Orochimaru attacked, Danzo and root never appeared, so I suspect that Orochimaru must have had a deal with Danzo. Terumi Mei. Ake is still so handsome even if he controls everything in the dark. Fourth Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to be killed by Orochimaru, but now with a stronger Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not survive. Kakuzu. I can only say it's a good death. Senju Tobirama. Monkey, you and Danzo should come down quickly, it's just a disaster for you to stay up there, there's no need to exist at all. Luo Shaw. Damn it. It was an excellent opportunity to destroy Konoha, but Orochimaru betrayed me and even killed me in the wilderness. Hoshigaki Kisame. It sounds like you didn't feel too much about being killed, but rather resentful that you didn't participate in this plan? Scorpion. Why didn't he participate? If it wasn't for the disguise provided by his identity, how could Orochimaru have come so close to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Haitu. That being said, it is indeed useful. Soon, Kakashi summoned Naruto and the others, and then informed Chunin of the exam, and asked them about their thoughts on participating. At last, all three naturally chose to join. Naruto has his own purpose, but what Sasuke wants is to fight Naruto in a dignified manner. Little Sakura simply didn't want to hold back, because if one of the three people does not participate, the other two cannot participate either. Because the first and second rounds of the Chunin exam belong to the team assessment, no one less will do. Time soon came to the day of the Chunin exam. Naruto came to the venue for the first round of exams. It was already full of people. With the appearance of the chief examiner, Ibiki Morino, and a group of invigilators, the written test will begin soon. After Naruto read the question, he immediately filled it out quickly. The speed of answering questions is not fast, but very accurate. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at it, and those who couldn't understand were blindfolded, and those who understood couldn't help but exclaimed. Onoki. You got all the answers right. Can Ake even teach you this? Obviously Naruto before was a complete idiot for the written test. Kakashi. Shocking. Naruto was trained so well. Deidara. Damn it. I can't even understand some of the questions. Naruto can finish it so quickly and get it right? Yeah. You were obviously a skipping partner, but Naruto, you actually sneaked away. Shikamaru. No way, this time Naruto has a very good teacher, and Iruka teacher is far behind Ake. Shino. Indeed, at least Iruka teacher can't let Naruto make such exquisite written test questions. Iruka. Damn it, I can't refute it. Choji. I feel dizzy and my scalp is itchy, as if something is about to grow out. Terumi Mei. What needs to grow is the brain, right? Ino. Impossible. Choji doesn't care about anything except eating, how could he grow a brain? Fourth Raikage. I have to admit that Ake is really good at teaching students. Kakuzu. Indeed, not only Naruto, but also other students in the same class can fill in the answers without resorting to cheating. Hoshigaki Kisame. I can only say that Ake has superhuman abilities in every aspect. The questions on the paper were answered quickly. Naruto waited patiently for the last question. When there were about 10 minutes left in the exam, the examiner Morino Ibiki uttered the classic multiple-choice question. Go on, or back off. Under pressure, some candidates soon raised their hands in surrender and left the examination room. Even their teammates had to leave the examination room. Seeing that no one continued to stand up, Morino Hibiki wanted to continue to press. At this time Naruto raised his hand, and then slapped the table heavily. Naruto's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. He stood up and said loudly to Morino Ibiki, "Don't play tricks here. I came here to be a chunin. For this, no matter how much you pay, you may even pay your life. I won't hesitate at all. So what if you fail the answer? What if you can't advance to chunin for life? Even if I'm genin all my life, this is my own decision. I will never regret it." Some impassioned words immediately resonated with others. They all said, "That's right, we won't back down. I've failed too many times. I won't fail this time. Even if the road ahead is a dead end, we have to make a breakthrough. Don't underestimate us. Our will is strong." Listening to everyone's speech, Morino Hibiki lowered his head slightly, and a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. When the voice gradually subsided, he raised his head and said, "You passed." This answer immediately surprised everyone. They were obviously waiting for the last question, but they were directly told that they had passed. This made their thinking fall into a short-term stagnation state. Did not come back to God at all. Only Naruto, the old god, was there with his arms around his shoulders. On the stage, Morino Ibiki wondered why he did this. His purpose is to test the will of the examinees, whether they have the will to move forward even in the face of a mortal task. Obviously, those who stayed were qualified. They are about to participate in the second round of assessment. The second round of examination is a comprehensive practical assessment. The location is Dead Forest in Konoha village. It is full of various natural traps and various dangerous wild creatures. Hence the name Death Forest. Their goal is to seize the scrolls from other teams. Once they are the same as the scrolls they own, it is meaningless. On the contrary, if you carry 2 scrolls and arrive at the tower in the center of the forest, you are considered qualified. The time limit is 5 days. According to the assessment results, a team will be entered every 5 minutes. Because Naruto and Sakura Jr. have high scores, their squads are at the top. Not long after entering, they were attacked. But it was easily solved. During the period, the 3 of them also discussed whether to set a password. But Naruto shrugged it off. "Don't worry, I am here, and I will protect you from harm. After all, if you want to qualify, you need 3 members of the team to arrive at the central tower together." Sasuke bit his lip immediately. "I'm Uchiha Sasuke, who are you looking down on?" Little Sakura said anxiously. "Stop arguing, we are still in the exam. If the enemy finds out." Naruto didn't even look at Sasuke, but looked up. "After watching it for so long, don't you plan to come out?" Sasuke and little Sakura were stunned for a moment, then looked up with a big change in expression. However, they did not see any figure. Seeing this, Sasuke snorted coldly and said, "Where is anyone? I think you are nervous." Naruto said calmly, "Idiot Sasuke, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." Then, he took out a kunai and threw it out. Such a straightforward attack naturally cannot hurt any ninja. The purpose of Naruto doing this is to force out the hidden people. Ding. Kunai was sent flying. Immediately afterwards, a camouflage cloth fell down, revealing the figure hidden behind. She is a female ninja from Kusanagi village. His face was gloomy, with a murderous intent. I didn't expect my disguise to be seen through. Your perception ability is pretty good. The female ninja stretched out her long tongue and licked it. And under her killing intent, Sasuke and little Sakura trembled all over. They had no desire to fight at all. The gap between the two sides is really too big. Naruto ignored the other party's killing intent, but said, "Sneaky guy, who are you going to fool with such a simple disguise? Is your purpose our scroll? That's right, it seems that the scroll in your hand should be the one we need. Then keep your scroll." Whoosh, Naruto rushed forward in an instant. The female ninja sneered, then said, "Summoning technique." Boom. A giant snake appeared, opened its mouth and bit it. Naruto was bitten and swallowed by the giant snake. But the female ninja turned to look behind her and said, "It's really a clear plan of attack." At some point, Naruto appeared behind the female ninja. "Really? But I didn't intend to hide it from you." In Naruto's hand, a deep blue chakra ball has appeared in the high rotation. The female ninja narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "It turned out to be Rasengan. Who taught you?" Naruto snorted coldly and said, "It's none of your business." Saying that, Naruto jumped forward and pressed Rasengan on the female ninja's abdomen. The strong spinning force immediately flew the female ninja out, directly breaking several big trees. Seeing this, Naruto immediately chased after him. Don't try to run. Sasuke and little Sakura on the ground didn't suddenly come back to their senses until they left. Hateful. Sasuke looked annoyed, with a hint of unwillingness. The opponent who made him fearful and dare not face him, Naruto knocked him out so easily. When did there become such a big gap between him and Naruto? The proud Sasuke couldn't accept this result at all. At this time, there was a sound of sitting on the ground beside him. It's little Sakura, sweating profusely at the moment, looking like she's survived a catastrophe. Fortunately, Naruto blocked that person. "Let's hide quickly, Sasuke-kun," little Sakura said in panic, but her words hurt Sasuke's nerve deeply. "Are you underestimating me? I am Uchiha Sasuke. I will never run away." Saying that, Sasuke gritted his teeth and chased after him. "Sasuke-kun," little Sakura exclaimed, but Sasuke had already run over. Panicked, little Sakura could only keep up with the loss. Little Sakura would never dare to do such a thing as being alone in the same place. Naruto's Rasengan sent the startled ninja flying and broke her camouflage at the same time. "Show your true colors, Inver." The female ninja, naturally Orochimaru in disguise. He slowly took off the human skin mask and threw it on the ground, then said, "I didn't expect that even my identity was exposed. Where did you hear my name? And looking at you like this, it seems like you already knew I was coming back. It's really curious." Saying that, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked it disgustingly. Naruto said calmly, "If you want to know, beat me." Orochimaru said slowly, "That's what I'm trying to do." Shulker Snakehand. Several Lion Majesty emerged from Orochimaru's cuff and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto flashed and came to Orochimaru's side, and at the same time he had a wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand. Seeing this scene, Yin Shiwan's eyes immediately flicked. Without the slightest hesitation, Naruto threw the ninjutsu that killed Shiro at Orochimaru. But Orochimaru, who was hit, turned into a puddle of mud and disappeared without a trace. Body replacement technique? Naruto frowned slightly, and turned to look at his side. Orochimaru stood intact on the branch, watching Naruto with interest. Is that a form change from Rasengan? And nature transformation? Who the hell did you learn it from? Not even that Jiraiya guy knows it. Naruto said lightly, "If you want to know, then beat me." Orochimaru frowned and said, "Little ghost, don't think that you are proud of your strength. In terms of experience, I am hundreds of times yours." Thousand Snake Formation. Orochimaru leaned over and spat out a large amount of Lion Majesty from his mouth. Lion Majesty crawled near Naruto in an instant and rushed towards him. Naruto's hands turned into phantoms and formed seals quickly, and then he spit out a great fireball from his chest. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters directly evaporated the snakes. Fire-style. Orochimaru spoke softly, then continued to attack. Hulker with many snake hands. More snakes popped from Orochimaru's sleeve. This time, however, Naruto took out a handful of kunai, attached the chakra of wind style, and chopped off all of them at once. Then rushed over quickly. Orochimaru was about to leave in an instant. But behind him stretched out a handful of bitterness to his throat. "Do not move." Naruto, who appeared behind Orochimaru at some point, said coldly. Orochimaru's face was full of shock, and then a dazed look appeared on his face. "Is it Shadow Clone? I didn't see through it." Bang. The Shadow Clone, who fought several moves with Orochimaru, dissipated in an instant. And the real Naruto said behind Orochimaru, "I won't kill you. Because I want to work with you." Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said, "Cooperation? What do you want to do with me?" Naruto sneered and said, "You don't need to pretend to be confused. I know the purpose of your coming to Konoha." Orochimaru asked with interest, "Really? Then tell me, what is the purpose of seeing me?" Naruto said with a dark expression, "Destroy Konoha. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen." Orochimaru's face suddenly darkened. This was indeed his purpose, but before the plan was implemented, it was known by someone who shouldn't know. This means that there are spies around him who have leaked the news. Of course, it is also possible that Tsunagakure made a mistake. However, this feeling made Orochimaru very uncomfortable. "How did you know that?" Naruto naturally wouldn't say it was Ike who said it. "You don't need to know this, you just need to know that I have the same purpose as you. That is to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. We have a natural basis for cooperation." Saying this, Naruto let go of Orochimaru to show his sincerity, and took a few steps back. Orochimaru turned to look at Naruto and said, "Should I trust you? You know my plan, it means more people know my plan. I'm already thinking of canceling this plan. After all, it is very likely that there will be traps waiting for me ahead." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help showing a mocking look. "Is this one of the fabled Sannin, so timid? I thought you would be more courageous, but I didn't expect you to be a coward." With that said, Naruto turned and left. "If you want to give up, just pretend our conversation never happened." After speaking, Naruto left without looking back, without any hesitation. Looking at the defenseless back, Orochimaru licked his tongue, and called Naruto with a hoarse voice. "Although I don't know why you have such an idea, but I have no way back. Because, fourth Kazekage has been killed by me. If I back down, the price I paid before will become meaningless. In that case, I will trust you if you are around." Naruto stopped and looked at Orochimaru with a slight tilt of his head. "It seems that you are not a complete waste." Saying that, a body disappeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant. Naruto has not had any communication with Orochimaru about the collaboration. Orochimaru also didn't say what his plans were. There is no need to go too deep into this kind of thing. Only when Naruto knows less, when Naruto betrays everyone, will feel surprised. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at the place where Naruto disappeared with interested eyes. "It's interesting. What happened to change the Jinchuriki in the village so much? Mr. Sarutobi, it seems that you are really going to be in big trouble, he. With a burst of sinister laughter, Orochimaru's figure also disappeared in place. Onoki. Orochimaru's rebellion alone has killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now adding Naruto, who is stronger than Orochimaru, is really worth looking forward to. Fourth Raikage. Are you looking forward to how Sarutobi Hiruzen will die? That is indeed true. Deidara. It can only be said that the previous videos made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo completely the target of public criticism. Kakuzu. Don't forget that there are two heaven-defying Uchiha clans. Terumi Mei. Those two people who killed their own race. It is really hard to imagine how their brain circuits were thinking. Orochimaru. With Naruto's help this time, I probably won't lose my arms. Jiraiya. What a heartache. Naruto obviously has a bright future, but under the bewitching of Ike, he walked on such a path. Grandma Chio. Is it really a bright future? Think about what he did after he grew up and became Hokage, splitting out thousands of clones to help everyone in the village solve all kinds of trivial things. Is it something Hokage should do? Nagato. Indeed, the heavy burden of carrying everything can easily destroy a person. Kushina. I don't want my son to live like that, he should live freely. Naruto joins Sasuke and little Sakura halfway. Naruto said slightly regretfully, although I fought away, I didn't get the scroll, so it was a failure. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help clenching his fists and clenching his teeth. Just facing the existence that made me tremble, Naruto actually beat him away? When did there become such a big gap between the two of them? Once upon a time, Naruto was the tail of the crane in the class. This huge sense of gap made the proud Sasuke unacceptable. Little Sakura said happily. Fortunately, Naruto, you're fine. That person looked very powerful just now, we are all worried about your safety. Naruto immediately looked at the little Sakura with a half smile. Are you sure? Little Sakura smiled awkwardly and said. Well, Sasuke, Naruto waved his hand and said. Needless to say, little Sakura, don't I know you all? Stop talking nonsense, we are still taking the exam to be ministers. You don't want to hold me back, do you? Then let's quickly find the next target, grab another scroll and reach the central tower, and end this farce-like exam. Sasuke curled his lips, and little Sakura had a heavy smile on his face. The three of them set off together without covering up their figures at all. Such swaggering behavior immediately attracted the attention of other teams and was ambushed. However, Naruto showed great strength and easily defeated the Rain Shinobi village team who ambushed them. It just so happens that the scroll they have is Naruto the one they're missing. After collecting the 2 scrolls, they went to the central tower without stopping. There were still many attacks on the road, but they were easily dealt with by Naruto. Seeing the super strength displayed by Naruto, little Sakura felt extremely at ease. But Sasuke looked at Naruto with hostility. The proud Sasuke couldn't accept the fact that Naruto's strength surpassed his by several times as a peer. But in the face of the power displayed by Naruto, Sasuke could only hold back the anger, waiting for the right time to vent them out. After the time limit, the second round of exams is over. A total of 7 teams successfully passed the assessment. Then the third round of assessment immediately started on the side of the central tower. Starting from the third round, they no longer continued the team mode, but participated in the form of individuals. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately looked at Naruto with burning eyes. Naruto felt the gaze behind him, but he didn't care. The content of the third round of assessment is one-on-one solo. Before the start, Yakushi Kabuto stretched out his hand to withdraw from the assessment, arousing everyone's suspicion. But also because of the departure of Yakushi Kabuto, the number of people can be just 10 pairs, and there will be no one by. Battle assessment. Naruto battles Inuzuka. Naturally, it was an easy win. After winning, Naruto no longer pays attention to the game on the court. Because he has no idea about these children. He has only one target, those who have bullied himself and deceived himself. Naruto will make them pay. The third round of assessment qualifiers ended, and a total of 9 candidates passed. Because both Sakura and Ino lost their fighting ability in the battle, they were both sentenced to lose. The winning candidates will start the main competition 1 month later. This month's time allows the wounded to recuperate. And in the preliminaries, according to the observed strength of the enemy, targeted improvements are made. After the preliminaries, Naruto found Aike immediately. I met that Orochimaru guy. Although it is Sannin, he was easily defeated by me. Is the plan made by this guy really reliable? Naruto doubts Orochimaru's strength, whether he can kill Sarutobi Hiruzen among the many Konoha masters. Although, Orochimaru said that he had killed 4th Kazekage, but Naruto didn't know how strong 4th Kazekage was. Aike said calmly. Don't underestimate Orochimaru, he has mastered a lot of forbidden techniques, and he definitely didn't use his full strength in the battle with you. As long as you give him enough preparation time, even you may not be able to defeat him steadily. Naruto frowned slightly, but he trusted Aike's judgment. Then I'll go get ready. But, Master Aike, I'm very confused, is there a necessary interval of 1 month between the preliminaries and the main competition? What kind of injury can't heal in a month? Aike smiled and said. This month isn't exactly for you guys. It's for the Fire Nation and the leaders of other surrounding countries. After all, the main match is an open match, and you will fight in front of a large audience, which is more like a performance. In my opinion, the actual Chunin assessment is over at the preliminaries. With the eyesight of the Jonins, it is enough to confirm whether you have the qualifications to become Chunins in the previous rounds of examinations. Naruto suddenly realized and said, so we're going to be the monkeys who put on a show for them then. Thinking of this, Naruto's face suddenly became ugly. Onoki. The strength of the ninja itself should be hidden. Doesn't it mean that the strength of the ninja is fully displayed by holding the open competition with such fanfare? 4th Raikage. The one who made this decision must be an idiot. Hiding one's own information is the top priority of a ninja. Terumi Mei. It looks like it's to please those dignitaries, to get more military spending from them. Uchiha Madara. This kind of behavior is simply asking for death. Once the information of the contestants is made public, if other villages want to assassinate, won't they have the first information? Senju Hashirama. When will the Chunin exam have this part? Luo Sha. The ninjas want to hide all their information, but Konoha is so lucky that he even plans to expose all the information of these geniuses. Nagato. Extremely stupid. Deidara. Only an idiot like Sarutobi Hiruzen would agree to such a thing. He is an excellent representative of the idiot world. Somewhere in the Konoha forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the comments in the live broadcast room, had a look of grievance on his face. He didn't want to either, but it's because the Fire Nation's daimyo gave too much. I don't know how much Konoha's daily expenses are. The commissions earned by ninjas to perform tasks are simply not enough to fill this big hole. More importantly, if the Sarutobi clan wants to develop, they also need a lot of money. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only make this kind of decision, using the information of the talented ninjas as an element to attract many dignitaries to watch the game and earn money. And this can also set up a stage to promote exchanges between the top leaders of these countries. It is precisely this kind of behavior that makes Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply trusted by the Fire Country daimyo. So after the death of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to continue to serve as Hokage smoothly. A month passed quickly. The main competition for the Chunin exam is about to begin. Spectators were sitting around the arena like an arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru disguised as 4th Kazekage came to the best view position. The original 9 qualified candidates became 8. One of them was missing. Neither announced his retirement, nor left any news, as if the whole person had evaporated from the world. In desperation, we can only use the existing 8 people for the competition. The first game is the highlight. Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Neji is attracting attention as a genius of the Hyuga clan. Even the patriarch of the Hyuga clan specially brought his youngest daughter to the scene to watch the game. Just before the game started, Neji spoke across from Naruto. "Give up. Your fate of defeat is doomed, don't do those unnecessary struggles." Naruto was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help frowning. Whether you win or lose, you will only know if you have fought. Neji's white eyes were very indifferent. "No, the ending is already doomed. You, who are just ordinary people, are absolutely unwilling to defeat me who has white eyes." Naruto couldn't help showing a mocking face. "Really? I really can't wait to see the scene where you kneel on the ground begging for mercy." Neji shook his head, then put on a gentle fist posture and said, "Stubborn. Now is not the time to reveal his strength." Naruto directly used the shadow clone technique to create several clones, attacking Neji from multiple angles. But Naruto's actions can't escape Neji's eyes. Too slow. As he said that, Neji quickly counterattacked, and the chakra flow from his palm easily defeated Shadow Clone. However, when Neji defeated all Naruto, the real Naruto was not there. What? Neji was taken aback, and immediately looked up to the sky. But the sky is empty, only bright blue sky. At this time, the ground under his feet exploded suddenly, and Naruto, who had already been hidden in the ground, punched Neji hard and flew out. The chin was hit hard, causing Neji to fall into a brief dizziness. Naruto didn't take advantage of the situation to attack, because he could feel some darkness on Neji's body. About the Hyuga clan in the branch house, Naruto heard something from Aike. It is said that the Zong family has the right to control the life and death of the people in the branch house. Although Naruto has never seen it before, he also knows that this feeling of being controlled by others is definitely not a good feeling. So in Naruto's view, Neji is a qualified wooing object. But the premise is that Neji can understand current affairs. It's like now, Naruto hates what Neji said about fate so much. If there is no Master Aike, what will be the fate of Naruto? Continuing to be a toy for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha execs? He will not want to. Hateful. Neji got up from the ground and shook his head to wake up his dizzy brain. The gaze towards Naruto has changed from indifferent to full of dignity. Being called a genius all the time makes Neji feel proud. But now, Neji's pride is directly trampled under Naruto's feet. "This time I was careless. But I'm serious, and you won't be able to hurt me now," Neji said seriously. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "Yeah. Look behind you." Neji was startled, turned his head subconsciously, and saw a fist enlarged in front of his eyes. At this moment, Neji used his fastest reaction speed. Revolving heaven. Chakra gushes out from the chakra acupuncture points all over the body, and the body also rotates rapidly, forming a semicircular protective cover. And that fist also turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. A good move, integrating offense and defense. But, how many times do you have enough chakra? Naruto had a playful look on his face. He saw through the strengths and weaknesses of revolving heaven at a glance. If Naruto uses this trick, relying on his own blood of the Uzumaki clan and the chakra of 9 tails in his body, there will be no problem even if he uses it continuously for a whole day. However, Neji, who is a member of the Hyuga family, obviously does not have this ability. So, just keep attacking constantly. Naruto can keep Neji tired. The final victory must also belong to Naruto. Thinking of this, Naruto split out several shadow clone again, and attacked them from all directions. Neji also knows that his revolving heaven cannot be used multiple times. Facing the incoming shadow clone, he could only respond with blank eyes, trying to solve Naruto's attack with the least consumption. But how could Naruto give him this chance? Naruto Shadow Clone's attack is getting more and more fierce, and the long range and melee combat are intertwined. With Neji's hands and feet, it is too late to defend. In the end, in desperation, Neji could only use Revolving Heaven. After 2 or 3 strokes like this, Neji was out of breath. But Naruto didn't have anything to do, just stood there in a leisurely manner. Is this not enough? Where's your previous look of seeing through fate? Now you are really in a mess. Naruto took 2 steps forward nonchalantly, not caring whether Neji would surprise him or not. Even if it will, Naruto is fully prepared. Panting heavily, Neji looked up at Naruto. He never imagined that he would be forced to such a degree by the opponent's simple offensive. Despicable guy, why don't you dare to fight me head-on? Neji gritted his teeth and said. Naruto looked at him in surprise. You are the invincible Hyuga clan, why should I challenge your strengths? Neji was silent. Really? The more test of ninja fighting is to use one's own advantages. His statement is undoubtedly nonsense, Naruto said with a sneer. Now, do you still believe in the fate you said? Do you still think everything is predestined? Neji's eyes were cold, and then he spoke slowly. Perhaps, your strength makes you think that you can control your own destiny, but there are always people stronger than you in this world. Facing them, you will be as embarrassed as I am. As for my fate, it was doomed the moment I was born. This is my destiny as a branch house of the Hyuga clan. Saying that, Neji unfastened the forehead protector on his forehead, revealing the caged bird unique to the Hyuga branch house. This is the shackles on me, the cage that binds me. The spell called Caged Bird keeps us under the control of our family members for the rest of our lives. Until one day, I had to sacrifice and die for them. This is the destiny that I bear as a Hyuga branch house. Afterwards, Neji fastened the forehead protector again. He looked up at Naruto, but was surprised to find that Naruto didn't have any strange color. Instead, she looked at him thoughtfully. Naruto squeezed his chin and said, although I've heard of it, this is the first time I've seen it. Sure enough, the darkness I feel from you is not an illusion. How about it? Do you want to join hands with me to destroy this rotten village and rebuild a better Mutu? Neji's eyes widened suddenly. What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto spread his hands and said, I've said it clearly enough, if you want to revive something, you must first destroy it. Only in this way can a brand new world be rebuilt among the ruins. Neji looked at Naruto in disbelief. He never expected that Naruto would say such words. And everyone at the scene fell into a daze after hearing Naruto's words. Onoki. Naruto is too bold, he just said that. Terumi Mei. That's it. The plan is almost exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not let it go. Scorpion. Naruto is too anxious. Orochimaru didn't even move. His behavior is equivalent to saying that I am going to betray. How can Konoha Shinobi be indifferent now? Fourth Raikage. HMPH. After all, he's just a brat. The anger in his heart is so heavy that he can't hide it at all. Grandma Chio. That's all right. Orochimaru's plan must have failed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely take precautions. Deidara. Naruto, why are you so unlucky? Master Ache made a plan for you, and it was about to succeed, but you lost the chain at a critical moment? Kakuzu. Not enough success, more than failure, he is a naive brat after all. Black Soil. There's no other way. Naruto's performance was quite careless. Orochimaru. Is that true? I don't think so. Neji looked hesitant, as if 2 villains were arguing fiercely in his heart. A villain who thinks he should trust Naruto and challenge his own destiny. But another villain thinks that he cannot resist his own destiny, because once he resists, the only ending waiting for him is death. After all, Caged Bird can easily control his life and death. While he was hesitating, his eyes suddenly darkened. Oops. Neji subconsciously wants to use Revolving Heaven. But under the exhaustion of chakra, his reaction was much slower. Naruto landed a solid punch on Neji's jaw. The blow knocked Neji unconscious. The winner was decided, but there was no cheering at all. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise, wondering how serious what Naruto said just now. Or are they just words used to sway Neji? At this moment, Shiranui Schwanma, the examiner of the main competition, came to Naruto in an instant, with 1,000 copies in his mouth, looked at Naruto and said, "Little ghost, are you serious about what you just said? That's not something you can say casually." Naruto smiled and said, "You guess." During the conversation, Hokage and Kazecage's spectating positions suddenly created a commotion. Under the cover of thick smoke, people can't see clearly what happened inside. Then, a figure sprang out of thick smoke and came to the roof. No, not a figure, but a figure holding someone hostage. These two people are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochi. Seeing the signal appear, Naruto no longer hides his strength, and rushes to Orochimaru's side in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked by Kazecage's sudden action, and when he saw Naruto appearing later, his eyes widened in shock. Because in Naruto's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw extreme hatred. Looks like the actors are all here. Orochimaru took off the mask and the human skin mask, revealing his true face. He sticks out his tongue with great interest, his face full of smug expressions. "I really didn't expect that, Mr. Sarutobi, you would cultivate such a big evil by your side. When I met this little guy in the forest, I was taken aback." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely gloomy. "Orochimaru, if I knew it, I should have cleared you." Orochimaru said indifferently, "Say it like you can do it. You are old, and you no longer have the strength to be called ninja." At this time, Orochimaru's subordinates, Atonin, who had been lying in wait for a long time, ran out. Run to the 4 directions respectively, and set up a barrier that prohibits entry and exit. 4 purple flame formation. The purple transparent barrier rose, making it impossible for the 3 people inside to escape. But neither Orochimaru nor Naruto had any idea of escape. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart was already chilled. Then 3 Anbu appeared. One of them obviously didn't know the effect of the 4 purple flame formation, so he rushed over directly. As a result, as soon as he touched the barrier wall, his whole body was ignited by violent flames, and fell to the ground howling. Soon there was no sound. Captain Anbu, who led the team, said in a low voice, "A barrier? It seems that there is no way to break in from the outside." Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly turned into sludge, and he was freed from the hostage situation. But he who has been trapped in the enchantment naturally cannot escape. "Today, let us master and apprentice make a break." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed on Orochimaru. But Orochimaru tilted his head playfully, making Sarutobi Hiruzen notice Naruto with cold eyes. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's steadfast gaze suddenly turned into a cock. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly, "It should be the 2 of us who should end it." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Naruto who called him by his name, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became completely gloomy. "Naruto, don't be seduced by Orochimaru. Everything he tells you is a lie to shake your heart." The smile on Orochimaru's face widened even further. "I'm not bewitching, he came to me by himself, wanting to cooperate with me. Just to kill you, Sarutobi-sensei." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Naruto in disbelief. He thought that Naruto was tricked by Orochimaru, but he didn't expect that it was Naruto who took the initiative to find Orochimaru. Now, the situation suddenly ran in a direction that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have expected. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes full of hatred. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first article of hatred between you and me. You maliciously concealed my identity and let me be bullied by everyone in the village. It's only for your own selfishness." Sarutobi Hiruzen said immediately, "I'm here to keep you safe, you, the Jinchuriki." "Shut up." Naruto shouted loudly, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. A red 9 tails chakra emerged from his body, and the pupils of his eyes turned into beast-like pupils. "The second. When I was caught up and down in the village, you never helped me, Obviously you should be the Hokage who protects everyone. But you only don't protect me. The third one. When I couldn't resist fighting back, you immediately appeared, telling me not to fight back. Let me bear it silently. F***ku, shit. Today, Laozi must kill you completely. To comfort the dead souls of your parents. As he said that, the Nine Tails chakra on Naruto's body gradually became solidified. With more and more Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's appearance has also changed dramatically. The whole body is covered with golden yellow chakra, with black lines on the body. Seeing Naruto's gesture, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into shock. This is not the same as the Jinchuriki transformation known to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those Jinchuriki transformations all turned blood red like monsters. But Naruto's transformation is very different from other Jinchuriki. Naruto. I'm doing this for your own good. If it wasn't for me, you would have been taken away by people with ulterior motives long ago and become a machine that only knows how to fight. Naruto said in an extremely cold voice. Are you talking about Danzo? I know him, and he'll be following in your footsteps soon. After all, when my parents died, he didn't make any contribution. An insidious villain who only knows how to use some shady tricks in dark corners, I will not let him go. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bitter face, and then he tore off the Hokage robe, revealing a picture box. Obviously he had expected it. It seems that there can only be one fight between us. At this time, Yin Snake stood up and said. Just right, I have a good thing I want to show you, Mr. Sarutobi. Maybe you want to take a look too, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Orochimaru coldly and said. Don't disturb my battle, or I'll kill you too. The smile on Orochimaru's face faltered, and a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. Then Orochimaru took 2 steps back and said. If that's the case, it's up to you to go first. If you can't, I'll kill Sarutobi Sensei for you. Naruto snorted coldly and said. You don't need to worry about it. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has completed summoning technique. Summoned his partner Ape Demon. Seeing the scene in front of him, the Ape Demon immediately understood the severity of the situation. Then it changed into a thick stick, which was held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. Naruto's first move is a big move. The Spiral Shuriken that was spinning rapidly was thrown out by him immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized that this move could not be hardwired, and immediately resorted to ninjutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire-style Fire Dragon Bomb. The 2 high-level escape techniques merged, and immediately collided with the Spiral Shuriken, causing a violent blast. The power of the Spiral Shuriken was fully unleashed, immediately destroying everything within 2 meters. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. This is really a dangerous move, I haven't seen him use it before when I was fighting. It seems that he didn't use his full strength that time. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with fear in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked by the power of the Spiral Shuriken. If it is hit head-on, it will definitely die on the spot. When did Naruto learn Rasengan? And there is such a powerful follow-up move. Who exactly? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. But Naruto will not give him this chance. Shadow Clone Technique. Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto split out multiple shadow clones, and each clone condensed a large Rasengan with a diameter of more than 1 meter, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen overwhelmingly. This level of attack is not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen can contend with. If he is touched even slightly, his body will only have one path to defeat. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only jump. At this time, Orochimaru, who had been watching the battle from behind, made a sudden shot. Hulker with many snake hands. The boa constrictor that appeared suddenly entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen who was trapped in the east could only stay where he was. At this time, several Naruto clones rushed over with Big Ball Rasengan. Die to me. Boom. A huge roar even caused huge turmoil in the Sizzy Yan formation. Orochimaru's eyelids trembled when he saw the power of this ninjutsu. This power is no joke. Naruto suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was supposed to be besieged to death, appeared behind him. Body replacement technique. The speed of escape is really fast, no wonder he has been able to survive until now. Naruto laughed coldly, and the shadow clones continued to attack. Faced with this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolutely no way to deal with it. Fighting alone, and the old Sarutobi Hiruzen, can only run around constantly under the siege of Naruto and Orochimaru. Extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect you to have such deep hatred for Mr. Sarutobi. But it's no wonder. Orochimaru glanced at Naruto and said. After all, what happened to you when you were young? I'm afraid it would be unbearable for anyone. However, I'm curious as to who taught you to give you such great strength. Naruto turned his head to look at Orochimaru and said. Don't talk so much nonsense, kill him quickly. He's the first one, and I have a lot more to kill. Those who have bullied me, I will take revenge on all of them. Orochimaru smiled and said. Already dominated by hatred? Naruto turned his head, looked at the fleeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said in a cold voice. Hate? For me now, hatred is the best fuel, it can give me endless motivation. However, I will not indulge in hatred. After taking revenge on all those who bullied me, I will start a new chapter of Sleepy Leaf. At that time, there will be a place for you in the village, Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled. Should I thank you for valuing me? However, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a truly dangerous light. After all, Orochimaru is not vegetarian. Naruto's words were really harsh to Orochimaru. Naruto said slowly. Isn't your goal to find the truth in ninjutsu? That being the case, why do you want to be a Hokage? Just do your favorite research honestly. I think that's what you most want to pursue. As for everything you need for your research, I can provide you with it. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, then narrowed his eyes and said. I'm really getting more and more curious about the person behind you. Orochimaru was sure that the words just now were definitely not at the level that Naruto could say. But Orochimaru had to admit it. This man sees him very clearly. Orochimaru really didn't have much thought about the so-called position of Hokage. The reason why he carried out this so-called Konoha collapse plan. One is to avenge the embarrassment of being driven out. The second is to want the emperor's resources owned by Konoha. He used to have these resources, so he deeply knows how much these resources hidden by Konoha shinobi are of great help to him in studying the truth of ninjutsu. So, after determining that he could transfer his soul to another person, Orochimaru began to carry out the plan. Because for Orochimaru, lifespan is no longer the limit that limits him. So he will pursue everything he wants to know. When the time is right, you will naturally know. Naruto said lightly. Orochimaru was taken aback, then said with a smile. That's really exciting. At this moment, there was a sudden swishing sound. A large number of figures suddenly appeared outside the barrier. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, Genma Shiranui and so on. Many Jonin and special Jonin appear to watch the battle. Orochimaru turned his head and looked around, and said with a smile. It seems that the audience is all here. Naruto glanced at it, nodded without speaking. And outside, Kakashi and others fell into shock. They were not surprised to see Orochimaru fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Orochimaru has already become a traitor, the purpose of coming back this time must not be pure. But what Kakashi and others don't understand is why Naruto is also inside, and it seems that he is with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is covered with scars, and the ninja armor he wears has also become shattered. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Kakashi said in shock. Might Guy rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush in. No, Lord Hokage is in danger, we must help as soon as possible. Shiranui Genma grabbed Might Guy, and he said calmly with 1,000 copies in his mouth. Don't look at Mr. Hokage looking embarrassed now, but he is known as the strongest Hokage, the Grand Master of the 5 evasion techniques, and is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. He is not someone who will be defeated so easily. Inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen was out of breath after hearing this. He wished he could yell at the people outside, telling them to hurry up and help. But Naruto's and Orochimaru's continuous attacks didn't give him this chance at all. Yeah. Might Guy paused, puzzled. He clearly saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a mess, but the others didn't seem to be worried. This really confuses him. Deidara. I'm a little curious. Why are the ninjas in Sleepy Leaf just watching from outside, instead of going in to help? Black Soil. Didn't you see that there is an enchantment? Once you get close to this enchantment, you will be burned to death just like the unlucky one before. Fourth Raikage. HMPH. Others can't, why not Kakashi and Might Guy? Kakashi has Kamui, and Might Guy's 8 inner gates will give Might Guy great power. Kakuzu. Indeed, if both of them show their true strength, this mere barrier will certainly not be able to stop them. Scorpion. I can only say that I understand everything. Luo Sha. It's really unpopular, but it's true that the things he did are not worthy of forgiveness at all. Hoshigaki Kisame. It's so funny. A group of Konoha shinobi people are watching a play outside, and no one goes in to help. Terumi Mei. Such a comparison makes Sarutobi Hiruzen really pathetic, but he asked for it. Hidan. Just a joke, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage. Grandma Chio. PFF'd. I'm afraid I'm joking. As for that bad old man, he's the weakest shadow of all. Uchiha Madara. How dare a guy of this level claim to be the strongest Hokage? Nagato. In the previous video, among the 4 Hokages, this bad old man is the most powerful. Conan. Indeed, it is simply a joke. Onoki. Looking at his embarrassed appearance now, it looks more like a joke. Naruto is constantly consuming Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical strength with Shadow Clone. For Naruto, who has a huge amount of chakra, this tactic is the most trouble-free and safest way to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply couldn't get close to him. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is already full of wounds. It's so miserable, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru looked at the panting Sarutobi Hiruzen playfully. It seems that the surprise I prepared for you is useless. What a pity. Then, Orochimaru turned to Naruto and said. Isn't it time to end this? Naruto nodded and said. It's time to send him on his way. He's had it long enough, too. It's a pity not to be able to continue torturing him. Orochimaru smiled and said. Then give him a hand. Hulker with many snake hands. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Naruto also threw a deadly move. The most important thing is that the person who dies from the spiral shuriken will receive countless needle-like attacks on the body, making the whole body dilapidated. Even if there is not much defense outside, the cells will suffer a fatal blow. That's what Naruto wants too. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen die a painful death. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the incoming attack, stunned. At this time, he was exhausted, and under the persecution of Naruto's shadow clone, he couldn't get close to the big snake and Naruto at all. Ninjutsu launched from a long distance will also be counteracted by Naruto's shadow clone with ninjutsu. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is powerless to resist. With very little chakra left in his body, he also knew that he was bound to die. Damn. I still have so many things I want to do. Boom, the venom explodes in the body. And the spiral shuriken suddenly expanded, turning into countless small wind blades, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's body continuously, destroying all his cells. This process is not fast, it can even be called slow. But it was this slow process that made Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoy unparalleled pain. Until he dies. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. With a face full of regret. Naruto looked at the dead body of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was as if a stone fell from his heart. Master Hokage, dead? Might Guy said in a daze. Didn't you say to trust Master Hokage? What now? Kakashi's face darkened. Anyway, at least catch Orochimaru first, and never let him jump. Shiranui Schwanma spat out the 1,000 books in his mouth, and his face was extremely gloomy. It's too early, Hokage is dying, and Konoha will definitely undergo a huge change. We must stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Asuma stared blankly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that, as Hokage's father, he would die inside Konoha. Known as the strongest Hokage's father died in front of him. Ah! Asuma let out a frantic roar. Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Colluding with Rinin to kill Hokage. You deserve death. Naruto stood up abruptly, his voice extremely cold. It's him who deserves death. The entire Konoha, because of his weakness and connivance with Danzo, killed countless people in the village. Kakashi-sensei's father, Hyuga Neji's father, and the exterminated Uchiha clan all died because of Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no need to keep a cancerous tumor like him. Asuma yelled frantically. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. As he said that, Asuma rushed up and threw it regardless. However, Naruto is faster. After killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Atonin 4 unleashed the 4 purple flame formation. That's why the two were able to rush towards each other without any scruples. The sharp chakra is assisted on the fist blades of Asuma's hands, which can easily cut iron like mud. But his attack is destined to be unable to touch Naruto. Die to me. People of the Sarutobi clan, Naruto said with a cold face. Swish. In a split second, Naruto rushed behind Asuma, hugged Asuma's head with both hands and twisted it gently. Asuma's head turned 180 degrees. Now, Asuma is dead. After all, Asuma can't use Orochimaru's soft body technique. Even if he turns his head a few times, it will be fine. And Naruto's decisive shot made everyone jump again. Kakashi and the others involuntarily took 2 steps back, looking at Naruto cautiously. Kakashi frowned and looked at Naruto, still unable to believe that the apprentice he taught would do such a thing. Naruto, I know you had a bad childhood, but everything is negotiable. Why did you take such an extreme path? Naruto looked at Kakashi and said coldly, because I want to give Konoha a new life. Only by cutting off the rotten branches and leaves can the leaves be rejuvenated. Naruto turned his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse with disgust in his eyes. These rotten branches and leaves shamelessly absorbed the nutrients of the village to grow themselves, but ignored the other immature leaves that needed nutrition. They are the biggest cancer in the entire Konoha. And I, as the son of 4th Hokage, must eradicate these mines for the sake of the village. Kakashi frowned. He found that there was something in Naruto's words. You said these tumors. Could you say? Naruto nodded. The 2 advisors who are sitting in the vegetarian diet, and Danzo who is playing tricks in the gutter, they are the guys who must be eliminated. Also, the ancient feudal system of the Hyuga clan must also be abolished. I will lead Konoha into a brand new future. Kakashi and the others looked at each other, then turned to look at Naruto. I don't even know what to say. Should Naruto be whimsical? But the powerful strength displayed by Naruto is completely beyond their imagination. But should they eliminate the rebellious ninja who killed 3rd Hokage, or obey Naruto's choice and avoid Konoha from suffering more disasters? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then relaxed. If you kill the 2 advisors and Lord Danzo, will you stop? You just said that you will take revenge on everyone who bullies you, and you also want to take revenge on those ordinary people? Naruto said with extremely cold eyes, certainly. But I won't take their lives, I'm not a murderer. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy said puzzledly. Kakashi, are you planning to do nothing? Naruto just killed Asuma and Hokage-sama. Kakashi said helplessly. Are you sure you can kill the current Naruto? Moreover, continuing to fight will only weaken Konoha's strength even more. If we lose a lot of high-end power due to the civil war, it will definitely let other ninja villages take advantage of it. Don't forget that the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder are still eyeing us. Might Guy gritted his teeth. Then there's nothing we can do? Naruto looked at Might Guy and said, so, do you want to sacrifice your life needlessly? For that despicable person who is full of lies and only knows how to use and sacrifice others to benefit himself. Might Guy opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to defend Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Naruto said, everyone present knew Naruto's true identity. But they never told him Naruto's identity under Sarutobi Hiruzen's order. And when Naruto was squeezed out by other people in the village, he didn't make any gestures. They also know that the unfair treatment Naruto suffered in the village is entirely the responsibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Even in their cognition, no matter how good Sarutobi Hiruzen has done, but in this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't explain his suspicion clearly anyway. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and has become confused. If you have nothing to say, don't participate in the next thing. Seeing that no one else was talking, Naruto took 2 steps forward and said to the increasing number of Konoha Jonins in front of him. From today, I will create a new Konoha with Orochimaru. We will lead Konoha to a new height, an unprecedented height. At that time, everyone will look up to us, Konoha, and we will become the leaders of all ninjas. We will create a whole new world. Nara Shirju, who had just arrived, looked at the dead bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma on the ground, his expression suddenly startled. As the leader of the Jonin class, Nara Shikuku immediately understood that Konoha's world was about to change. These 2 people in front of them will change the whole pattern of Konoha. He pondered for a moment, then said, Naruto, what are you going to do? Naruto hesitated for a moment, then said, the most urgent task now is to get rid of the cancer in the village. What happens later, we'll talk about it later. Nara Shikaku frowned. Cancer? What do you mean? Nara Shirju just arrived, and did not hear what Naruto said earlier. He turned to look at Kakashi next to him. Kakashi said helplessly. Naruto believes that Konoha has become so decayed because the village is controlled by a group of old people. So, he wants to get rid of the 2 advisors and Lord Danzo. Nara Deer understood for a long time, then looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, how are you going to deal with the 2 advisors, are you going to kill them? Naruto nodded proudly. Certainly. It was their stupid decision that caused Yi to suffer so much damage. They have to pay for it. Seeing Naruto's attitude, Nara knew that he would not be able to persuade him. He simply didn't say anything. In that case, besides the two advisors, you just need to kill Lord Danzo, right? Naruto looked at Nara Shikaku inexplicably, didn't understand what he meant, but still nodded. That's right. Orochimaru looked at Nara Shikahisa with interest. It seems that you have already made a decision, are you on our side? When the others heard Orochimaru's words, they looked at Suo Longju in surprise. Yamanaka turned to look at his old friend in surprise. Are you really? Nara Shikahisa nodded and said. The matter has come to this point, there is no point in continuing to fight. Apart from weakening Konoha's strength, it will only make the enemy want to move against us. The peace that was so hard won will be gone in an instant. And, it's not necessarily a good intention. When the others heard this, they were all taken aback. Not even Naruto. Orochimaru looked at Nara Shikahisa in admiration and said. As expected of the head of the Nara family, his wisdom is indeed far superior to others. Nara Shikaju said slowly. Under the shelter of the big tree, we will indeed grow safely. But with all the sunshine robbed of us, we're also doomed not to grow up. Konoha, you really need to go through some changes. These words made everyone think about it. Naruto was stunned when he heard that. He is only 12 or 13 years old now, and he doesn't understand these great principles at all. He does things more the way Ike taught him, but Naruto could tell that Nara had chosen to stand on their side. This surprised Naruto. He had thought that there would be a big battle. Until he conquered everyone here. Nara Shikahisa said seriously. Since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you. Anbu will lead you to find the two advisors. As for Danzo's whereabouts, I will also provide you with them as soon as possible. When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately turned cold. They all heard that Nara Shirju was serious. He really backed Naruto to kill the two advisors and Danzo. Deidara. Ha ha ha, Konoha's top management is really inferior. None of Konoha's ninjas speak for them. Onoki. It can only be said that their usual operations have already made these people feel disgusted with them, but they just lack an opportunity to resist. Senju Hashirama. This person is right. The young trees under the big trees are indeed easy to be protected, but they will also be deprived of sunlight and lose the nutrition for growth. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. The position of Hokage should have been replaced a long time ago, but a group of old guys are still delusional that they can lead Konoha? I don't want to see if their old thinking is outdated. Grandma Chio. A group of guys without self-awareness, like me is different, I don't care about the people in the village long ago. Fourth Raikage. I have heard for a long time that the people of Nara's family are extremely intelligent. I didn't expect to judge the form in such a short period of time. It is indeed Nara. Orochimaru. The newly born Konoha will become the strongest hurricane in the entire ninja world, sweeping the entire ninja world. Tsunade. Phew, if that's the case, I don't need to go back to be that shadow, right? I don't want to work hard in that position. Jiraiya. Well, Mr. Sarutobi, why are you greedy for this position? Abdicating the throne early may allow you to enjoy your old age. Kakuzu. It can be seen that even Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 apprentices don't feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen died wrongly. Hidan. No more killings. It's so boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Scorpion. Without Nara Lugia's stop, there might be a major civil war. Under the leadership of Anbu, Naruto appeared in front of the two advisors. Seeing the Naruto 9 Tails mode, the distinctive posture and the powerful momentum released, immediately made the two old guys turn pale with fright. Naruto, what do you want? We are Hokage consultants. Hokage advisor? Naruto said with a sneer. The ones I killed today are you two Hokage consultants. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the whole house was turned into ruins. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu are naturally dead without a burial. After. With the information provided by the Nara family, Naruto also intercepted Danzo. Remember, be careful with Danzo's eyes, Orochimaru said to Naruto. When he planned to destroy the Uchiha clan, he coveted the power of the Sharingan. And he also has the eyes of the strongest illusion user, Uchiha Shisui. So, I advise you to keep the distance, don't give him the chance to use illusions, and don't look into his eyes. That's the only way to kill Danzo. As a person who has worked with Danzo many times, Orochimaru knows everything about Danzo. Naruto nodded in understanding. Subsequently, The moment I saw Danzo, I directly turned on the tailed beast. The huge golden 9 tails appeared, directly suppressing everything with strength. Only then did Orochimaru realize that he had completely muttered Naruto's power. And Danzo, without the slightest ability to resist, died in the hands of Naruto. He didn't even break the seal on his right arm, nor did he have time to use Izanagi to avoid fatal injuries. Gen. Also disbanded because of Danzo's death. What a powerful force. Orochimaru couldn't help saying in admiration. I am more and more curious about who taught you to be such a person. Naruto released the transformation and said to Orochimaru. If you want to know, come with me. I'll take you to meet my master. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Master? Do you have a master besides Kakashi? Naruto led the way without looking back. When you see it, you will know. With a faint smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, suppressing the curiosity in his heart, he followed behind Naruto. Deidara. Danzo is dead right now. Isn't he too shameless? Doesn't he have Shisui's eyes at this time? Onoki. Idiot. Orochimaru has already stated Danzo's bottom line. How could Naruto be unprepared? Didn't you see that Naruto directly used the strongest move? Fourth Raikage. What kind of tailed beast is this? It can show such a powerful force. Killer Bee. 9 tails is too good, isn't it? Hachi said he couldn't do it at all. Gaara. This kind of tailed beast can be controlled independently. This power is really too strong. Danzo. Orochimaru, how dare you betray me? If I hadn't subsidized you, how could you research those forbidden techniques so smoothly? You don't even have a chance to touch those forbidden techniques. Orochimaru. Don't be ridiculous, Danzo. When Mr. Sarutobi found my laboratory, how did he find it without the information you provided? You betrayed my Danzo first. Tsunade. Dog eats dog, neither is a good thing. Jiraiya. So Orochimaru researched forbidden technique because of Danzo's relationship. Danzo, you have to die. Grandma Chio. I heard that Jiraiya likes Tsunade, but I didn't expect her feelings for Orochimaru to be pretty good. Haitu. Huh. Is this okay too? Huang too. Don't listen to me, children, this is not something you should know. Kakuzu. Now that Konoha's top management is dead, what will Naruto do next? Scorpion. No, you should ask what Aike will do next. Terumi Mei. Under the interference of Aike, Naruto has completely changed into another appearance. Kushina. I like it. No matter what my child becomes, I will love him. Namikaze Minato. Naruto, as long as it is the path you decide you want to go on, no matter what kind of path it is, I will support you. Naruto. Dad, Mom. Shikamaru. I really didn't expect Dad to jump back so fast, I'm really impressed. Naraluju. You still have a lot to learn. Following Naruto, Orochimaru walked through the neighborhood that had suffered some damage, and gradually came to a familiar building from long ago. Ninja school? Orochimaru was a little surprised. Could it be that the one who taught Naruto was in the school? You know the school is completely under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, Naruto became what he is now, hiding under the nose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now Orochimaru was getting more and more interested. Because of previous attacks, the school is now empty. The students all fled. The empty classroom looks empty. The sound of the footsteps of the two echoed in the corridor, showing this sense of vacancy more and more. I don't know how long I walked. Naruto stopped in his tracks. Orochimaru looked up. Teacher's office? This was not what Orochimaru expected. But if everyone else goes to evacuate, will there be anyone here? Without hesitation, Naruto pushed the door and walked in. Teacher, I'm back. In the huge office, there was only one person writing something at his desk. Orochimaru felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, but he didn't remember his name for a while. Hearing Naruto's voice, Aike stopped the pen in his hand, then straightened up and looked towards the door. Aike was not surprised to see Orochimaru, it was what he expected. Looking at you like this, it must be a success. Aike said lightly. Orochimaru came to Aike with great interest and said. I remember you, you were one of Minato's disciples. I didn't expect that it was you who taught Naruto what he is now. Aike sat on the chair, leaned back, and looked at Orochimaru calmly. Long time no see, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled, took a chair and sat down. It's you, the one who made Naruto join me. Aike didn't mean Orochimaru guessed this, acknowledging it with a generous nod. That's right, circle me, Orochimaru said with a twinkle in his eyes. How did you know about my plan? Orochimaru still cares about this, which means that the people around him have someone else's eyeliner. And he hasn't found it yet, Aike said lightly. It's a bag. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Impossible. Orochimaru naturally knew that Ko was a multi-agent. But he clearly knew who those people behind the pocket were. Danzo, Scorpion and him. Absolutely no one else. Aike smiled and said. Just kidding. Actually, mine is at the root. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and said with a dark smile. It's better not to make this kind of joke, it's easy to scare people. However, it's admirable that you managed to get Root to obey your orders. Aike said lightly. It's just that some preparations have been made in advance. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when Danzo couldn't help but want to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect to hear about your cooperation with Danzo. This time the Roots didn't make a move at all. I think it's the content of the cooperation between you. Orochimaru nodded and said, yes, indeed. However, the plan went smoother than expected. I didn't use any of my whole cards, and Sarutobi Hiruzen died in the hands of your outstanding apprentice. Aike turned to look at Naruto and said, thank you, Naruto. How does revenge feel? Naruto lowered his head, his face a bit hideous. Not enough. I'm not fully revenged yet. Knight of Nine Tails, unleash Nine Tails, I haven't met anyone who killed my parents. Orochimaru smiled and said, regarding this, I have some information here. Naruto looked up abruptly and took a step forward. Who is it? Orochimaru shook his head and said. I don't know who, but I joined a group early on. That organization is called Akatsuki, and it's a crazy organization that targets beasts. If anyone has an idea for Nine Tails, I can only think of that organization. Naruto's eyes suddenly turned red. Dawn? When I meet them, I will kill them all, Aike said with a frown. Calm. Swish. Naruto seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water. The hatred in his eyes subsided immediately, instead a trace of fear appeared. He was almost completely swallowed up by Nine Tails' emotions just now, becoming a puppet who only knows revenge. Fortunately, Aike made a sound in time, allowing him to wake up the last sliver of reason. Sorry, Master, Aike said. You can't fully unleash the power of Nine Tails just yet. You still need to communicate with that fox more about this. I believe that you will be able to do it and bring out its power perfectly. Naruto said seriously. Yes, Master. I will definitely work hard. Orochimaru watched the exchange between the two, his eyes flickered. Then he said with a smile. It seems that the next topic is not suitable for me to participate in. In that case, I will take my leave. Aike turned to Orochimaru and said. Please wait. I need your help with something. Orochimaru suddenly stopped and looked at Aike. What else is there? Aike said. I would like to invite you to take the position of Hokage temporarily. At least until Naruto comes of age, in that position. Naruto looked at Aike puzzled. But Master, why don't you let me be that Hokage? I want to completely change the whole Konoha. Aike shook his head and said. To change Konoha, you don't need to sit in that position. What is needed is your strength enough. You can't be tied down by those heavy tasks yet, there are still many things you need to do. After speaking, he turned to look at Orochimaru and asked. What do you think? Orochimaru shook his head decisively. I'm not interested in that position, all I want to do is to use Konoha's rich resources. Aike said. When you become a Hokage, you can dispose of all resources at your disposal. Orochimaru said indifferently. But I am not a Hokage, I also have such freedom. Naruto turned his head abruptly, looking at Orochimaru indifferently. You'd better do what my master says, Orochimaru said without fear. Are you threatening me? Your strength is indeed very strong, but you are not qualified enough to kill me. Aike frowned and said, is it really not possible? Orochimaru shook his head decisively. No. Aike sighed and said, it seems that Kakashi can only be used. Only he has passed in terms of strength and prestige. The position of 5th Hokage was decided after a few words from Aike. After finishing these trifles, Naruto was serious. Master, what should I do next? You just said that there are still many things I need to do. Aike turned to look at Orochimaru, silently. Orochimaru shrugged and said. I go first. After watching Orochimaru leave, Aike said slowly. Naruto, you have already experienced it firsthand, so what kind of past and thoughts do you think other Jinchuriki have compared with you? Naruto frowned, he immediately thought of Gaara for this Chunin exam. The first time he saw each other, Naruto found that Gaara, like him, was a Jinchuriki with a tailed beast sealed inside his body. Looking at Gaara's usual appearance and the madness displayed during the battle, Naruto said. I'm afraid, even if they are different from me in terms of pain, they are absolutely unimaginable. Their hearts must also be filled with hatred. Ike nodded slowly and said, then what do you think you should do for them? Naruto hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. Change their status quo? Ike continued to nod, then asked. How to change? Naruto was silent for a while, before speaking after a long time. Let them, like me, seize the rights of the village, and then change the village and launch reforms? Ike nodded in relief, and said gee, good. The power of Jinchuriki has huge potential. As long as you master this power, it will be no problem to restore peace to the ninja world. Knowing what to do next from Ike, Naruto left immediately without any hesitation. Because among the leaves, there happens to be a Jinchuriki. Sanagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. Because of the cooperation between Sand Shinobi and Orochimaru, Sanagakure even sent Gaara as a backup. Just to use the power of Gaara Jinchuriki to create more havoc in Konoha. But before Gaara could act, Orochimaru and Naruto had already killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and suppressed the entire high-level Konoha with thunder. Even Naruto has the approval of most of Konoha's Jonin. This created an embarrassing situation. Also, Sand Shinobi ninjas are kept in the dark for now. Because they didn't know the news of 4th Kage's death until now, they thought their cooperation with Orochimaru was successful, and they were waiting to claim credit. At this time, in the forest, Jonin Baki, who runs Sanagakure, and his team of 3 Gaara siblings are waiting here, waiting for the latest news. On one side is Orochimaru's right-hand man, Yakushi Kabuto. Here they await the arrival of Orochimaru. However, they waited for a long time, but instead of Orochimaru, an unexpected person came. Somebody is coming. Kankuro frowned. Not Orochimaru. Hearing his words, everyone was on guard immediately. Then, they saw a figure swaggeringly appearing in front of them. It's Naruto. Naruto glanced around first, stopped for a while on the body of the bag, or the forehead protector, and then put all his attention on the black-eyed boy Gaara. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru is waiting for you in the village now, you can go find him first. When Naruto spoke, his eyes didn't move. Yakushi Kabuto frowned and said. What evidence do you have? Naruto then turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto. Believe it or not, I'm only responsible for bringing his word. After all, the person I'm really looking for is not you. Naruto's eyes fell on Gaara again. Gaara frowned slightly. You are very similar to me. Naruto nodded and said. Yes, because we are all Jinchuriki. Baki frowned. Jinchuriki? Konoha's Jinchuriki. 9 tails? Baki was taken aback. He didn't expect 9 tails Jinchuriki to appear in front of him like this, and there was no one else around him. If he kills Naruto here, Konoha's power will be greatly weakened. A killing intent flashed in Baki's eyes, but soon someone stopped him. I advise you not to, if you don't want to die. A sudden voice came, and then 4 figures suddenly appeared. Yakushi Kabuto looked at it and said with a slight frown. Did Orochimaru-sama send you here? It was the 4 of them who came. Zuo Jin spread his hands and said. Master Orochimaru is looking for you, he expects that you will not believe what Uzumaki Naruto said, so he sent us here specially. Now that you know I won't believe it, you still let Naruto pass the message? Yakushi Kabuto thought for a moment, and soon got the answer. I see, it seems that we will be together in the future. Yakushi Kabuto had a smile that was so kind that it looked so fake. Tayuya pouted and said. A sycophant. Baki restrained his killing intent and said. What's the matter? Is he with us now? Naruto said lightly. To be sure, I'm with them now, Sand Shinobi ninjas. Baki's eyes widened suddenly, and Naruto also made a decisive shot. It flashed in front of Baki in an instant, and a Rasengan appeared in his hand. Unprepared, Baki was sent flying by a Rasengan, breaking several trees along the way. The 3 of Gaara looked at this sudden change in shock, and immediately became alert. Temari opened his folding fan even more, wanting to use wind-style attack. Etc. Naruto held out his palm, gesturing for their hands. Gaara and the others stopped subconsciously. Naruto said lightly. I'm just addressing those who get in the way, you are not included. Saying that, Naruto turned to Yakushi Kabuto and said. Okay, there's nothing for you here, go find Orochimaru now. Kitamura said disdainfully. Smelly brat, are you too stinky? Believe it or not, Lousy put you. Swish. Kitamaru's head was smashed without finishing his sentence. The headless corpse fell powerlessly to the ground. Naruto said indifferently, "Do you have any other comments? How dare Zuo Jin and the others have other opinions?" Everyone shivered and dared not speak. Yakushi Kabuto locked his pupils even more. He never expected that Naruto would have such a strong power. They naturally know the strength of Kitamaru. But I don't know how he died in the hands of Naruto. It's really surprising. Yakushi Kabuto said softly, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. He didn't want to follow in Kitamaru's footsteps. Others also left in an instant, not daring to stay here for a moment. After they all left, Naruto said slowly, "The person in the way is gone, now it's our turn to talk about business." Temari said nervously, "Business? What do you want us to do? And shouldn't we say gang? Why would you attack us?" Gaara didn't speak, but the killing intent emanating from her body was already very obvious. It even made the two people next to him tremble. But this killing intent meant nothing to Naruto. After all, compared to the killing intent accumulated by Orochimaru for decades, this point of Gaara is nothing at all. Naruto is not even afraid of Orochimaru's killing intent, so naturally he is not afraid of Gaara's killing intent. First of all, one thing to correct is that Orochimaru didn't really cooperate with you. The evidence is your case cage, disguised by Orochimaru. Then where do you think the real case cage is now? Gaara's complexion changed. Temari and Kankuro's complexion was also very ugly. Naruto said lightly, "It seems that you have guessed it. Yes, fourth case cage has died at the hands of Orochimaru. From the beginning, Orochimaru just wanted to use you, Tsunagakure. Anything he promised, he never delivered." Kankuro gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Orochimaru. I will never let him go." Temari was pale and could not accept this situation. After all, fourth case cage was the father of all three of them. Although, fourth case cage Rosa simply didn't do anything a normal father could do. But still a father, Gaara said with a frown. "What's the second point? Since there is a first, there will be a follow-up." Naruto nodded and continued. "Second point, I found you so that I can cooperate with you, Gaara. To put it simply, I want you to take control of Tsunagakure, become Tsunagakure's shadow, and start a complete reform from within." Gaara was a little dazed. Reform? Reform what? Naruto said immediately. "Of course it's this rotten world. A group of stupid old people control the world and continue to persecute the world. And we Jinchuriki were sacrificed for no reason. I want to completely change this status quo. Luo Sha. Anyway, after I die, Gaara will inherit the position of case cage, which is just a few years ago." Onoki. It's really scary. Naruto used to persuade people to be kind, but now it's good. He directly persuades people to take the initiative to take revenge. The changes are simply two extremes. Gaara. How'd I change? I'm so confused. Uchiha Madara. Under Ake's guidance, Naruto has accepted the anger and hatred in Nine-Tails' heart, and may become a puppet who only knows how to kill in the future. Senju Tobirama. Don't forget, the seal in Naruto's body also contains chakra of Naruto's parents. If the will of Nine-Tails wants to swallow Naruto, they will definitely come out to stop it. Deidara. Only for Jinchuriki. I always feel like I can watch a good show. Kakuzu. But it is also adding difficulty to our work. Hidan. Why do you care so much? When you encounter something that doesn't please your eyes, it's over. Fourth case cage. HMPH. Naruto dares to come to our Cloud Shinobi village. I will definitely teach him to be a man. Anyway, he is not Ake. Terumi Mei. But now Naruto's strength should not be underestimated. Killer Bee. Especially the beast-tailed one, it's so eye-catching, it's almost blinding my eyes. Scorpion. All in all, this time Naruto has been completely blackened. I don't know if he can still become a hero to save the entire ninja world when facing the enemies in the future. After listening to Naruto's words, Gaara seemed very conflicted. But, Gaara didn't want to hurt the people in the village, and if he wanted to, he wouldn't suppress the tail beast in his body, but let it run wild. But Gaara's hesitation angered Naruto. Naruto's figure disappeared instantly. Gaara only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then the whole person's sight quickly retreated. Bang. Gaara was held by Naruto's throat against the tree trunk. Naruto's speed couldn't even react to Gaara's absolute defense. It is too fast. What? Temari and Kankuro turned belatedly. But they can only watch and dare not go forward to rescue Gaara. Only those sands controlled by Gaara's mother's will are still instinctively protecting Gaara. But was easily defeated by Naruto. You idiot. Think of what you've suffered all these years. You did nothing wrong at all. But what did those villagers do to you? What did your father do to you? Being a Jinchuriki is not what you want at all. No one asks your wishes. Do you want to just live by their rules? Why not go for a common sense change? We are human beings too, and we should have the right to choose. And this right is not given to us by others, but we have to strive for it ourselves. What Naruto said made Gaara bewildered. Although under the various means of fourth Kazekage, there are many people who actively or passively died in the hands of Gaara. But Gaara is essentially a kind-hearted person. If it weren't for this, Gaara would have been completely blackened in that high-pressure environment, and would have been slaughtered wantonly. But now, listening to what Naruto said, Gaara's heart was shaken. Yes. Why don't I resist? Why am I being tortured like this? This is not the path I want to choose at all. You forced me to do everything. Gaara's face gradually turned grim. Seeing the change in his face, Naruto let go of his hand. Then said, "Now, go back to Sanagakure and do what you have to do. Without fourth Kazekage, Sanagakure will have no opponents for you now. At the same time, communicate well with the tailed beast in your body. You have to understand his demands, and make a deal with him naturally. But you must not be overwhelmed by the hatred of the tailed beast. You must keep your own heart. The next world will be the world where our Jinchuriki rule." Gaara bowed her head and didn't respond. Temari and Kankuro looked at the two tremblingly. They dare not move at all, for fear that Naruto will kill them. The scene fell into silence. Naruto could feel that Gaara had gone to his spiritual space and was negotiating with the one-tail Shukuru in his body. Sudden. The breath on Gaara's body suddenly became disordered. Naruto frowned suddenly and put his palm on Gaara's head. Without any hindrance, Naruto entered Gaara's mental space. As soon as he came in, Naruto saw that Gaara was covered by a large amount of sand, and it was about to be completely buried. Naruto shot immediately and immediately entered Nine Tails chakra mode. Smell of Nine Tails. Damn it. One-tail Shuhei immediately noticed chakra of Nine Tails, which made him very angry. In the next moment, Naruto fished out Gaara, and put Gaara, who was almost unconscious, behind him. "Looks like you need some lessons," Naruto said with indifferent eyes. In front of him, the huge one-tail Shuhei looked arrogant. "Lousy is a tailed beast. Why do you listen to you humans? Lousy wants to be free. Free, for freedom." Naruto looked coldly at one-tail Shukaku going mad. After one-tail Shukaku stopped, Naruto spoke slowly. "Cooperate honestly with Gaara and entrust your power to him. Otherwise, I will let you never be free." One-tail Shohei's face completely darkened. "Don't think you can tell me what to do with nine tails behind you. You are just a despicable human." Naruto's face turned completely cold. One-tail Shuhei flustered for no reason, and even couldn't help taking a step back. What do you want to do?" Naruto said lightly. "It's very simple. Just to make you obedient." Several golden chains emerged from Naruto's body, and quickly wrapped around One-tail's body. What is this? Why can't I move? My power." One-tail Shuhei shouted in panic, but he couldn't shake the chain at all. Naruto said coldly, "Since you don't listen to me when I say good things, I can only let you obediently be an engine. I said, so that you will never be free." Gaara slowed down at this moment, stood up and said, "I'm so useless, I can't even tame him." Naruto turned his head and saw Gaara, who was full of self-blame, and said coldly, "That's because your will is not firm enough. The determination in your heart is not enough to support your own heart. But it's okay, you still have another chance." Gaara looked up and said, "Do I still have a chance? I really want to vent my inner anger." Naruto said lightly, "It's okay to want to vent your anger, but you also have to be calm enough, or you'll just turn into a beast. What you have to do is to change the status quo in Sanagakure so that what happened to you won't happen to someone else. This is the purpose of changing Ninja Village." Gaara was stunned. It turned out to be like this. "I see." Naruto nodded and said, "Don't worry, when you are ready, you can go here again. You can lift the seal on it at any time, so that you can confront it head-on again." Gaara stepped forward, placing her hand on the golden chain. "No need to wait, I'm ready. If successful, it means I have the power to change. If I don't succeed, it means I'm just a waste." Naruto froze for a moment, then lifted the seal. "It seems that you have already made a choice." Then I won't bother. Saying that, Naruto exited Gaara's mental space neatly. Opening his eyes, Naruto felt someone approaching, and immediately frowned. With a swish, he immediately strangled the necks of the two with his hands. Then it turned out to be Temari and Kankuro. Naruto let go of his hand and said, "It turned out to be you. Don't come close to me casually next time." Cough cough cough. Temari and Kankuro coughed violently. There was fear in his eyes. The moment they were strangled by Naruto, they thought they would die here. After taking a moment, Temari looked at Gaara worriedly. "Gaara him, is he alright?" Looking at Temari's worried eyes, Naruto couldn't help being startled. Then he said slowly, "He's fine, but it's hard to say what happened next." Hearing this, Temari and Kankuro immediately fell on Gaara's body. Kankuro couldn't help but said, "Is there nothing we can do?" Naruto shook his head and said, "The important thing now is his own willpower. It's okay if he succeeds, but if he doesn't?" "What happens if you don't succeed?" Temari asked hastily. Naruto said decisively, "We'll die." Temari and Kankuro turned pale. Naruto watched the reaction of the two of them, with a flash of envy in his eyes. But soon disappeared. Sudden. Naruto could feel a unique power appearing on Gaara. Not long after, Gaara, who had been closing her eyes tightly, finally opened them slowly. "Looks like it worked," Naruto said lightly. Gaara nodded silently. Then he looked at Temari and Kankuro, and said silently, "Temari, Kankuro, let's go. It's time to change Sanagakure." Saying that, Gaara left without looking back. Naruto watched them leave, then turned and left himself. He is looking for the next Jinchuriki. Only when more Jinchuriki gain power, what Master Ache said can be realized. As for whether Gaara can control Sanagakure, Naruto is not worried. There is a lack of elite power in Sanagakure's eyes now. Without a master like 4th Kazekage who can suppress tailed beasts, no matter how many there are, they are no match for Gaara. Deidara. I don't know if I read it wrong. Just now I really wanted to see Naruto's envious eyes. Maybe I read it wrong. Kakashi. No, you read that right. Naruto is really envious, because he is also a Jinchuriki and has a miserable life, but Naruto is an orphan, while Gaara has older brothers and sisters who care about him. Gaara. I used to ignore their feelings too much. Onoki. Why is 4th Kazekage silent? Is he guilty? He. Orochimaru. According to the information I have learned, the 4th Kazekage is the one who keeps persecuting Gaara, and it is also the source of all Gaara's suffering. Grandma Chio. It's just an idiot who has fallen into obsession. If there is no one else, he will never be able to be this Kazekage. Hoshigaki Kisame. 3rd Kazekage is said to be the strongest Kazekage. I don't know how strong 4th Kazekage is, but since he can be killed by Orochimaru, it's not too bad. Luo Sha. Damn it, Orochimaru, I will never forgive you. Kakuzu. It seems that besides Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, there is another guy who is not a good person. Hidan. I can only say that these old guys are damned. Nagato. There must be people like them behind all kinds of battles in the ninja world. Terumi Mei. These old guys like to use this kind of conspiracy to destroy their enemies and improve their voice. Ching. I vaguely remember that Sanagakure had a genius named Yi Kang, who died in the betrayal of 4th Kazekage. She was killed by us in collaboration with Kirigakure. Yi Kang. I will never forgive you, Luo Sha. Scorpion. I can only say that there are no good people who are still alive and acting as shadows. 4th Raikage. I don't deny it. Naruto set off immediately, aiming for the land of darkness. The target of his rebellion is the 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Because 3 Tails has no Jinchuriki now, even the location of 3 Tails cannot be determined. Erway is in the land of thunder, and there is 8 Tails in the land of thunder, but it is very difficult to plan. So Naruto first chose the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, who was in conflict with Tsuchikage, and planned to help him obtain the location of Tsuchikage, the land of earth. But when Naruto went to the land of earth, he met another human calendar by chance. 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Renegade from Kirigakure, Bubble. I can feel your dangerous breath. Bubble looked at the cold-faced young man in front of him with apprehension, and said, I don't want to fight you, but I won't refuse to fight you either. Naruto said lightly, my target is Jinchuriki, but not to fight. But to help them, to escape their tragic fate. Bubble looked at Naruto in surprise, then shook his head decisively and said, you don't know the situation of other Jinchuriki at all. How can you conclude that the fate of other Jinchuriki is tragic? Naruto said affirmatively. At least your fate is tragic, otherwise you would not have escaped from Kirigakure and come here in exile. You know who I am? Bubble looked at Naruto in surprise. He was wearing loose regular clothes and did not wear a forehead protector. Naruto saw his identity at a glance. This was enough to surprise him. But in fact, Naruto knew the identity of the bubble through the words of Nine Tails. Because when he saw the bubble just now, Tails said it in his heart. It's the sixth breath. 9 tails can become the sixth child, only 6 tails must be. That's why Naruto judged the bubble's status. Having been driven out of your country so deplorably, don't you want revenge? Don't you want to vent out the injustice you have encountered? Naruto said persuasively. In Naruto's perception, the childhood of being a Jinchuriki will definitely not have the slightest joy at all. Even if it is implanted with a tailed beast after growing up, it will inevitably face a struggle with the tailed beast. It's not a pleasant thing to do, because at any time, it may be swallowed by the will of the tailed beast and become a puppet. But Bubble just wants to spend the rest of his life quietly hiding in a place that no one knows. Naruto's words were flatly rejected. I don't know what you're talking about, although I'm surprised to meet other 760 Jinchuriki here, but it seems that we don't have any common topics. With that said, the bubbles went out. But how could Naruto let him go? Before, I thought that the Three Tails Jinchuriki was not there, and Jinchuriki could not rely on Jinchuriki to seize the rights of Kirigakure. Seeing the bubble hit like this, Naruto naturally wouldn't give up. Stop. Naruto let out a low growl, and the golden chakra immediately burned on his body. In just a split second, he enters Nine Tails chakra mode. What is this? What a powerful force. Bubble looked at Naruto in horror. This was a power he had never seen before. And Naruto exudes a strong chakra breath. I don't want to fight with you. Bubble backed away while talking. Although Naruto looks younger than him, the strength he displayed is much higher than him. He is no match at all. He has only one choice, and that is to escape. But he couldn't escape Naruto's palm at all. With just one punch, Naruto knocked the bubble unconscious. When Bubble opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space. In front of him, there is a huge Katsuyu, and behind Katsuyu are 6 tails. Are you awake? A strange but familiar voice came, which immediately awakened Bubble. He stood up abruptly and turned around to find that it was Naruto who knocked him unconscious. Who are you? Where is this place? What do you want to do? Naruto said lightly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, we are in your spiritual world now. What I want to do, I have just told you. Unite all Jinchuriki, rule the entire ninja world, and completely change the world. Bubble said through gritted teeth. You madman, it's impossible. Naruto said calmly. Nothing is impossible. Because I already control Konoha, the head of the 5 great ninja villages, Sanagakure will be controlled by Jinchuriki of 1 tail, and you, 6 tails Jinchuriki, will be the one controlling Kirigakure. Bubble frantically shook his head. Impossible. It is impossible for us to defeat the entire Mist Shinobi ninja. Naruto frowned slightly and said, it seems that you still have a lot of fear in your heart. However, I think you are also a kind-hearted person, and I believe you will choose the right path after reading these memories. Saying that, Naruto looked at 6 tails. 6 tails wrapped its tail around the foam silently. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Let me go. Let go. Bubble yelled and struggled, and suddenly his eyelids turned white and his whole body twitched. A flood of memories flooded Bubble's mind. All are memories from 6 tails. It was threatened by humans, besieged by humans, and even captured and sealed by humans in humiliation. There are even a lot of crazy guys doing all kinds of crazy experiments with 6 tails to hurt 6 tails. As more and more memories flooded into Bubble's mind, his struggling movements disappeared. Tears ran down his cheeks, and he didn't know when he had burst into tears. Enough. Naruto raised his hand. 6 tails stopped its movement and let the foam down. Foam's eyes returned to normal, and he raised his hand to touch his wet cheek, then looked back at 6 tails. Unexpectedly, you are also a victim. Naruto came to him and said. The Jinchuriki are all victims, and so are the tailed beasts. That's why we have to join forces and not allow more victims to appear. Being chosen to be Jinchuriki, we simply didn't have a choice. So I want to change the world so that no one like us is born in this world. I want to create a truly peaceful world. Bubble hesitated for a moment, then said with firm eyes. What should I do? Naruto said to him. It's very simple. I will teach you how to use the power of the tailed beast. When you have enough tacit understanding with it, you will be able to have great power like me. When the time comes, I will accompany you to Kirigakure and help you launch reforms. Bubble nodded and said, "Then let's start now, don't waste time." Naruto nodded, and then left the mental space of the bubble. Naruto then spent a few weeks acquainting the bubble with the power to hold 6 tails. Also puts the foam into tailed beast chakra mode. Although it is far inferior to 9 tails chakra mode, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary shadows. Onoki. I suddenly had a bad premonition. I didn't expect Ache to hide behind the scenes and still be able to influence the world so strongly. Senju Hashirama. No matter what position you are in, no matter what strength and status you have, Ache will fight for peace. Senju Tobirama. He really, I cried to death. Uchiha Madara. That's it. Don't you look at whose brother it is. Deidara. The key point is that Master Ache doesn't even know you, after all, you are already dead. Kakashi. Maybe, if the videos we have seen are all other worlds that once existed, and Ache came from these worlds, he may remember Uchiha Madara, but it is likely to be very vague. It was as if he knew us well and didn't know our names. Orochimaru. This is really interesting, other worlds. When I think of countless me, I can't wait to kill them all. Kakuzu. There are more worlds, which means there are more reward targets. Is it heaven? Scorpion. Good guy. Did you suffer from an occupational disease? Take it easy. I don't know how you come and go in those worlds. Terumi Mei. Is this Kirigakure coming for us? I won't sit still. Fourth Raikage. You seem to be able to beat Naruto. Bubble. Can someone like me do something to change the world? Naruto. Why not? Do you believe that a troublemaker like me can become such a great hero in the future? Shikamaru. You are not a hero in the video now, but a villain or even a villainous boss. Tooth. I think Naruto like this is actually quite handsome, much better than the usual silly and mediocre look. Sasuke. HMPH. After Bubble was able to skillfully use the tailed beast chakra mode, the two set off directly for the land of water. With a huge chakra with a tailed beast, the two of them drove almost at full speed throughout the journey. Within one day, he went from the land of the earth to the water of the land. The Kirigakure patrolling ninjas encountered along the way were all eliminated by the two. This also prevented the information about their arrival from being passed on to Kirigakure immediately. When they came to Kirigakure, people from Kirigakure came to the entrance of the village in a panic. It's not Mizukage right now, but Terumi Mei, who acts as Mizukage's agent, leads a group of garden ninjas to the two of them. She recognized the village's Renren at a glance, but she didn't know who Naruto's identity was. Bubble. I didn't expect you to dare to come back, and you brought a person from Konoha. What exactly do you want to do? Naruto did not speak, because this is the home field of the Bubble. Bubble hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and said with firm eyes. I no longer run from my destiny. Next, I will fight for my ideal. I want to completely change Kirigakure, change the fate of Jinchuriki. Terumi Mei frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Change Kirigakure completely? Do you want to bring the blood mist down again? As soon as this was mentioned, Terumi Mei's expression suddenly became extremely terrifying. Hearing Lee of the blood mist, Bubble immediately shook his head and said. Of course not. I want to prevent the world from giving birth to children full of tragedies like me. In order to achieve this goal, I must first become Mizukage. Terumi Mei's eyes froze. You're dreaming. You're a mere renegade, and you still want to be Mizukage? Bubble closed his eyes, then snapped all the way. Immediately, a white-tailed animal chakra feather coat appeared on his body. It is different from Naruto's gold color, but it also has a different feeling. And around the bubble, many bubbles appeared out of thin air. In that case, there's nothing to say. Winner takes all, loser for Ko. I will use my strength to prove that I have the qualifications to become Mizukage. Seeing Bubble's strange gesture, Terumi Mei immediately felt unprecedented pressure. However, the pride of being a genius made her not give in easily. Want to be Mizukage? Dream it. Lava-style solving monster technique. A large amount of corrosive liquid with strong acid was spit out from Terumi Mei's mouth. But a huge bubble appeared in front of Bubble, and Yuanren directly absorbed all Terumi Mei's attacks. This level of attack can't hurt me.